Chapter 24-29. Are you the last one? Heavenly Snow King is invincible in the 7th layer of the World King realm. Long Patian is also invincible. The martial god world is indeed much more powerful than the other worlds. The 3rd generation is already so powerful. What about the 2nd generation? Look, their martial arts are all 3rd grade. Tiskaske. A 3rd grade martial art requires one to comprehend for 1,000 years. That's you. The other geniuses don't need to do that. After all, they haven't even practiced martial arts for more than 1,000 years. All around the ruins, all sorts of discussions rose and fell. Some of the older experts shook their heads helplessly. It was as if they could already see that not long later, these monstrous existences would surpass them. Long Patian, you still don't need to use your sword? After exchanging a few more blows, Heavenly Snow King felt his blood and chi churning. The boundary spirit in his dantian became unstable. This Long Patian was indeed quite capable. When you use your sword, use your sword. Who knew that Long Patian would be extremely tyrannical? He didn't use his sword. Instead, he waved his fists and pounced forward again. His aura directly caused the rising sun realm to sway unceasingly. Even the sky was filled with chaotic scenes. 3rd fist, Dragon Ancestor Fist. There was a dragon roaring. Everywhere it passed, crackling sounds would be heard. The sky was directly split open. The power of the boundary spirit was extremely vast. Moreover, the ultimate martial path had reached the minute subtlety realm. Chaotic energy was erupting. Seeing how terrifying that fist was, Heavenly Snow King also knew that he couldn't avoid it. Of course, with his identity as the 3rd generation, he disdained to avoid it because it was too shameful. Flying Snow Sky. With a roar, the sky was filled with snow mist. A large number of snowmen charged forward, accompanied by Heavenly Snow King's fist. Pop, pop, pop. The power of the 2 great boundary spirits erupted, knocking many people over. As for Heavenly Snow King, he was sent flying backwards. His expression became even more serious because Long Patian's martial arts comprehension was much stronger than his. Long Patian, let me give you a piece of advice. You better use your dragon sword. Otherwise, don't blame me if you die. Heavenly Snow King's hands began to move as if he was going to use some powerful ultimate skill. Heavenly Snow King has been forced into a desperate situation. Everyone could see that Tian Shui Wang was slightly weaker than Long Patian, and this result was very shocking. After all, Tian Shui Wang had suppressed all the heroes before. You want to burn your realm essence? However, you only have this method. Long Patian said indifferently. Tianxue Monarch shook his head and said, this is just a battle for the demon heart. Burning my world essence is the same as burning my potential. I'm not that stupid. However, other than burning my world essence, I have other methods. As soon as he finished speaking, the cold aura on his body became even more terrifying. The aura of primal chaos filled the air. Ka. His body grew infinitely taller, and he actually turned into an ice giant. This giant towered into the clouds, and his body was filled with chaotic chi. The giant seemed to have come from ancient times. Long Patian, you can't block this move of mine. You're going to lose. A mighty voice erupted at this moment. The giant seemed to be invincible. A blizzard howled between his fists and froze the entire ruins. That's the blizzard from primal chaos. Everyone's expression became even more solemn. This blizzard from primal chaos was obviously more terrifying than the one from the primal chaos. This was because the blizzard was also mixed with chaotic chi. Break for me. However, Long Patian was still domineering. His fists turned pitch black and turned into bone fists. Layers of hard bones appeared on his fists. Bones of the Thunder Dragon. Setting Sun's glory let out a solemn voice. Those were the bones of the Thunder Dragon from ancient times. Ka. Long Patian was like a domineering Thunder Dragon. His fists clashed with the giant, and he actually forced the giant to retreat. Moreover, ice and snow kept sputtering out. What a terrifying power of world essence. It's so domineering that it's almost invincible. Tianxue Wang has lost. Look, more than half of the ice on his body has melted. Among the 3rd generation of the 3 great academies, I'm afraid only 2 or 3 people can suppress Long Patian. Unsurprisingly, A series of astonished cries rang out. Subsequently, King Xianxia also admitted defeat. Impressive. Xianxia Wang left the battlefield with serious injuries. He looked a little dispirited. After all, he was one of the top 10 among the third generation of the Heavenly Saint Academy. He was used to suppressing the other 3 generations. However, he was still weaker than Long Patian. He guessed that Long Patian was definitely one of the top 3 among the third generation of the 3 great academies. I've heard such words too many times. Get lost, loser. However, Sky Snow King's admission of defeat did not make Long Patian humble himself. Long Patian directly replied in a domineering manner, causing Sky Snow King to grit his teeth. However, his skills were inferior to Long Potion's and he could only swallow his anger. I know you're not satisfied and are looking forward to defeating me again. However, let me tell you, those who have been surpassed by me have never had the chance to surpass me. Now, the sacred body demon heart belongs to me. Long Patian did not even look at Xianxia Wang. He took a big step forward and walked toward the stone statue. He seemed to think that he was the number 1 among the third generation. However, in reality, no one dared to fight. Among the younger generation, who else could do it? I didn't expect that the sacred body demon heart would be obtained by him in the end. Although many people were not satisfied, there was nothing they could do as their skills were inferior to Long Potion's. You are the last assassin of the Flying Dragon organization. However, just as Long Patian walked toward the stone statue, a cold voice came from afar. Many people looked over and their hearts skipped a beat. From afar, a young man was dragging a broken sword and walking over with heavy steps. His body was covered in blood and he seemed to have suffered serious injuries. However, he gave off the feeling that he was a lone wolf. Among the crowd, a few people's faces changed. One of them was Queen Qianji. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. That was because she recognized the person who had come. It was Lin Ling. However, didn't Lin Ling die in the 8-god Sky Palace? She had not expected to see Lin Ling here. Luo Riyao and the old man in green were also shocked. I didn't expect that someone would know about my other identity. That's right. I am the second kill elite of the Flying Dragon organization. What do you think? At this moment, Long Patian stopped walking with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "The last person has finally been found. You can't leave here alive today." The arrogant young man was still walking forward. His firm voice shook the entire ruins. He was going to fight Long Patian. At this moment, many people were shocked. Everyone had witnessed Long Potion's strength. He was already the strongest among the third generation. However, there was still someone who dared to challenge him. Moreover, it was a severely injured young man with a broken sword. This young man was crazy. Long Potion's expression changed. He smiled disdainfully and said, "Why are you fighting? Don't you know that you are courting death?" On the ground, the young man was still walking forward. His long hair was dancing in the wind. However, his injured body was extremely straight and unyielding like a sword. "Because King Yen Luo wants you dead at midnight. You won't live past midnight." Chapter 24:30. Bone Sword and Broken Sword. As Lin Ling's voice floated out, the entire ruin fell silent. Lin Ling had suffered heavy injuries and was only at the 4th level of the World King realm. How could he fight? Many people shook their heads, not optimistic about Lin Ling's chances. After all, even a 7th level World King couldn't defeat Long Patian, let alone Lin Ling. Little friend, although courage is important, your life is even more precious. Don't be impulsive. At this time, someone spoke up. It was the blue-clothed old man. Obviously, he was surprised that Lin Ling hadn't died in the 8 gods' heavenly palace. But he didn't want to see Lin Ling die in Long Potion's hands. "Thank you, senior, but a friend of mine died in his hands. She has left behind a heart demon in my heart, so I must fight." Lin Ling raised the broken sword in his hand and lightly said, "Ha!" The blue-clothed old man couldn't help but sigh. If this was a heart demon left behind in Lin Ling's heart of martial arts, then he wouldn't try to persuade him anymore. He could only hope that Lin Ling would be lucky enough to leave this place alive after losing to Long Patian. This idiot! In the distance, Queen Thousand Devices cursed. She had never seen someone as foolish as Lin Ling. She originally wanted to warn Lin Ling, but now, she didn't say anything. You are inferior to me, so how can you fight him? He is ranked in the top 3 of the 3 great academies' 3rd generation. Sky Snow King disdainfully laughed. At this time, there was still someone who dared to fight Long Patian. He thought this was a farce. Moreover, this person didn't know Lin Ling. He should be a nameless person. How could such a person have the qualifications to fight? You! Lin Ling looked at Sky Snow King and then shook his head. He was too lazy to explain anything because Sky Snow King wasn't someone who could enter his eyes. This expression caused Sky Snow King to coldly snort. This ant simply didn't know how strong he was. However, since this ant was going to die, there was no need for him to prove anything. Since you've declared your intention to fight me, I naturally won't refuse. My principle in life is that even if a mortal dares to declare war on me, I will still fight. Lin Ling, come. At this moment, Long Patian walked forward step by step. His powerful aura also spread out because he recognized Lin Ling. Thus, he also wanted to kill Lin Ling to complete his mission. Every step he took was like the descent of a lightning dragon, causing the ruins to tremble. Long Patian is fighting. How many moves do you think he'll need to kill that kid? Within 3 moves. I said 1 move. You were all frightened by that brat's courage, but he is only a 4th level world king. I see. The people around expressed their own opinions, thinking that this battle was simply a joke and would end soon. Of course, there were also many powerful martial artists who admired Lin Ling's courage. Luori Yao was one of them. He faintly smiled and said, "Little friend, be careful. He is the most invincible in the 7th level World King realm. He has divine light protecting his body, and his martial arts comprehension isn't weak. He is also the 3rd generation of Zhongling Academy, and the #1 person in the sword department." In truth, he was telling Lin Ling about Long Potion's approximate strength. The crowd was secretly surprised. Luori Yao was a true immortal realm powerhouse, yet he actually knew this nameless brat and personally warned him? It had to be said that this youth's luck was pretty good. So what if he knows? Can he stop Long Patian? However, no one was optimistic about Lin Ling. Even Long Patian was the same. He was about to speak when Lin Ling's cold voice drifted over. I advise you to treat me with all your strength because Demon Guardian Master died at my hands. Moreover, of the 18 assassins from the Flying Dragon organization, you are the only one left. As these words fell, the entire ruins fell silent. Although they didn't know who Lin Ling was, they were well aware of Demon Guardian Master. This was a 3rd generation master at the 7th level World King realm. At this moment, many people felt that Lin Ling wasn't simple at all. You killed them? You are only a 4th level World King. Heavenly Snow King also found this hard to believe. He even thought that Lin Ling was boasting. Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't care about him at all. This was a kind of disdain. His eyes were still fixed on Long Patian. As for Long Patian, his complexion became dignified. This was because he was well aware of Demon Guardian Master's strength. If this youth could kill Demon Guardian Master, then he couldn't be underestimated. Of course, he was also a bit skeptical of Lin Ling's words. Even so, you are still not my match. This is because my strength is invincible within the 7th level of the World King realm. Even the 2nd and 1st ranked 3rd generation masters don't dare to underestimate me. The phantom of a thunder dragon appeared behind Long Patian. It faced the heavens and roared. This battle can never be avoided. You don't need to use words to affect my confidence. Instead, it will only serve to accentuate the timidity in your heart. However, Lin Ling was still unafraid. He pointed his broken sword at Long Patian. What a proud youth! Many people were secretly moved. At the start, they didn't even bother to look at Lin Ling, but now, they felt that this mysterious youth's boldness surpassed their imaginations. I'm timid? You must be joking. Long Patian mockingly smiled. He shook his head and said, Enough nonsense. Let's fight. I will show you the disparity between us. After he finished speaking, his left hand trembled and a black bone appeared. He tore open his wrist with his right hand and pulled out the bone from his left hand. The bone turned into a bone sword, and the roar of a thunder dragon continued to echo out. A 9th grade treasure. Seeing this, many people's complexions changed. They didn't think that Long Patian would actually use his sword against this nameless youth. In the distance, Snow King's complexion was ugly. When he fought with Long Patian had disdained to use his sword. But now that he was fighting an unfamiliar youth, Long Patian actually used his sword. Did this mean that he was inferior to this unfamiliar youth? Then he angrily shouted. He will lose without a doubt. A 9th grade treasure can increase one's world essence by at least 90%. It will soon reach a boundary of world essence. This means that Long Potion's strength is at the 8th level of the World King realm. Hearing this, some people sucked in a breath of cold air. This was because a 9th grade treasure was an extremely precious weapon even in Blue Province. As for that mysterious youth, he was still only at the 4th level of the World King realm. The disparity was too great. Many people couldn't help but laugh. Now, what qualifications did this youth have to fight? This is the Thunder Dragon Heaven Shock Sword. By relying on this sword, I have defeated many 3rd-generation disciples of the 3 great academies, especially the 4th-ranked 3rd-generation disciple. He was defeated by this sword of mine, and now, you still have confidence in yourself? Holding the bone sword, Long Patian lightly looked at Lin Ling. His words were mixed with wild confidence, arrogant and unruly, looking down on everyone. Can you block one of my attacks? His questioning voice floated out from his mouth, causing countless people to feel pain in their ears. This allowed them to know what it meant to be invincible in the 7th level of the World King realm. Little friend, I also have a 9th grade treasure here. I'll lend it to you. Chapter 24:31. Broken Sword. Thank you, Senior, but the tyrannical singing sword has fought alongside me for many years. It is familiar with my heart and I am also familiar with it. Although my sword is broken, my fighting spirit has not diminished. Lin Ling looked at the tyrannical singing sword. Then, he looked up at the blue-clothed old man with a firm expression, causing the blue-clothed old man's heart to shake. This was the pride of a swordsman. Pa pa pa. Moreover, as if sensing Lin Ling's heart of martial arts, the broken tyrannical singing sword emitted a humming sound. Before this, when Lin Ling fought 10 7th-stage World King powerhouses, the tyrannical singing sword had been unable to withstand the heavy burden and had finally broken. But, the broken sword could still fight. The tyrannical singing sword also wanted to take revenge for Sun Yener. Thus the sword roared. The sword also wanted to prove itself. The sword also had its own dignity. What shameless boasting. Then try out my sword. Long Patian seemed as if he had been insulted. His aura flared as he slashed his sword at Lin Ling. This sword turned into a thunder dragon in the air, sweeping through the skies. He didn't know whether or not Lin Ling had killed Lord Demon Guardian and the others, but Lin Ling had actually used a broken sword to resist him? This was a great humiliation. Rumble, rumble, rumble. That sword erupted with a terrifying power of thunder. It neared the might of an 8th-stage world king. He's dead. He can't even block a single sword. The difference in boundary is too great. Realizing how terrifying that sword was, without a doubt, no one favored Lin Ling. Facing that terrifying sword, Lin Ling's complexion was calm. He could see that Long Patian hadn't erupted with his full strength. Perhaps he simply didn't believe that Lin Ling had killed Lord Demon Guardian. And at this time, Lin Ling looked down at the broken sword in his hand, a warm smile on his face. Tyrannical singing sword, they are looking down on you. He muttered to himself, his words causing many people's jaws to drop open. At this time, Lin Ling still didn't plan on doing anything. However, as that waterfall-like black dragon sword swept towards Lin Ling, the sword in Lin Ling's hand finally moved. He danced his sword in the air, forming a dazzling sword strike. Profound Sword Record's 5th layer. Hanging Sword Ridge. This was a sword strike that could create a scene of 10,000 swords returning to the origin. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Swords shot out from the broken sword in Lin Ling's hand. Although he looked injured on the surface, his godly devil body was extremely powerful. After such a long time, his injuries had already mostly recovered. As for the depleted energy of the world essence, it was naturally restored to its original state. At the same time, many people discovered that the swords in their hands were humming. It was extremely strange. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Omega Sword Dao. This kid's comprehension of the martial Dao is not weak. Luo Riyao cried out in surprise. Last time in the 8 Gods' Heavenly Palace, He had not seen Lin Ling use any martial arts, but today, he realized that he had underestimated him. Whoosh 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 ah sha sha shash. Moreover, it's the subtle boundary. The blue-clothed old man solemnly said. He knew that Lin Ling's sword Dao was fierce. What use is that? Watch as I break your sword. Long Potion's savage voice echoed out. You should have died, but what a pity. You were so afraid of death that you ran away, causing the martial artists of Rising Sun World to be dragged into this mess. Do you feel guilty? Although he was arrogant and unruly, he was also cunning and insidious. He wanted to affect Lin Ling's condition. Unfortunately, Lin Ling had seen all sorts of storms. His heart of martial arts was as steady as a mountain. Long Patian, do you think you can affect me? Let me tell you, coming to Rising Sun World today is the greatest mistake of your life. Lin Ling continued to summon 10,000 swords as he coldly shouted out. At this moment, he finally released an aura that was no weaker than Long Potion's. Then let's see who's the real deal. Although you have the ultimate sword Dao, your boundary is too low. I want to see just how long you can block me. Let me give you some advice. If you collide with my 80% world essence, your world essence will be rapidly consumed. Long Patian gloomily smiled. If he attacked Lin Ling, then Lin Ling should be proud of himself. Could it be that Long Patian wanted to defeat him? If so, then Lin Ling would be ranked in the top 3 amongst the 3rd generation of the 3 academies. And as an assassin, Long Patian had naturally investigated Lin Ling. Lin Ling had just passed the academy entrance exam and his background was too weak. He didn't have the qualifications to challenge Long Patian. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal echoed through the skies. The strength was extremely fierce. 10,000 swords danced in the air, resisting the Thunder Dragon's sword. It had to be said that 10,000 swords were extremely fierce. They were like countless locusts dancing in the air. Although they were forced back again and again, it wasn't easy for Long Patian to kill Lin Ling with a single strike. How fierce! He actually blocked Long Potion's sword. This youth should be proud of himself. Many people cried out in praise. In this battle, Lin Ling would surely be defeated. But, he would still be able to spread his name throughout the 3 academies. Of course, they believed that Lin Ling was only a... But, was this really the truth? In truth, the current Lin Ling could erupt with an even greater strength, but he didn't. This was because Long Patian was ranked in the top 3 amongst the 3rd generation and wasn't a weak opponent. Thus, Lin Ling wanted to see just where his limits were through this battle. After all, he had broken through boundaries too quickly and hadn't familiarized himself with the strength of his body yet. An 8th level World King's sword and I am only a 4th level World King's sword. The reason I was able to resist until now was because of the chaos power of the ultimate sword Dao. But, if this continues then I will surely be defeated. Lin Ling's mind was like a clear mirror. Thus, he planned to break through Long Potion's sword. His all-encompassing demon eyes had already seen the key to breaking through Long Potion's sword. Go! Lin Ling angrily shouted, forming even more swords that shot forwards. It's useless. If this continues then his world essence will be exhausted. Seeing this, many people shook their heads. In a battle of swords, the one with a lower boundary naturally wouldn't have the advantage. Even Long Patian disdainfully smiled. With just this strength, Lin Ling could kill Lord Guardian Demon? It seemed that he had been overthinking things. But at this time, 1,000 swords flew past the Thunder Dragon and shot towards him. Insignificant tricks! Long Patian disdainfully shouted. Light fell from the skies. This was divine light protecting his body. The advantages of an awakened divine body were displayed. Clang! As he thought, those swords were all sent flying away. But 3 swords didn't shoot towards him, but towards the bone sword in his hand. As for the Thunder Dragon Heaven Quake sword, it was a 9th grade treasure. How could those 3 swords shake its majesty? Thus, Long Patian disdained to block them. The truth was indeed so. After the 3 swords collided with the Thunder Dragon Heaven Shaking sword, 2 of them directly shattered, but the final sword was stuck on the Thunder Dragon Heaven Shaking sword's joint, causing the Thunder Dragon Heaven Shaking sword to tremble. What is the meaning of this? Could it be that the youth wants to break the Thunder Dragon Heaven Quake sword? Almost at the same time, many powerful True God Realm experts' expressions changed. Because they saw that one of Lin Ling's 3 swords had hit the Thunder Dragon Heaven Quake sword's bone, and that place seemed to be the boundary. Impossible, someone said in shock. The two of them were so far apart, plus the Thunder Dragon Heaven Quake Sword was blocking Lin Ling, but Lin Ling could control his sword for 1,000 miles and accurately hit the Thunder Dragon Heaven Quake Sword. His eyesight was too terrifying. Could it be that Lin Ling wanted to rely on a broken sword to defeat a 9th-grade treasure sword? Chapter 2432. Force met force. Ka. However, the massive thunder dragon in the sky seemed to have lost its source of spiritual energy. It began to dim. That terrifying strength also quietly vanished. What happened? Seeing this, many people who didn't know what was going on cried out in surprise. As for those old fellows who had already seen through everything, their hearts thundered. Lin Ling had really done it. That sword had broken through Long Potion's sword. This was too shocking. You wanted to exhaust my world essence, but you seem to have failed. At the same time, Lin Ling lightly said, taking this chance to restore his spiritual energy. As for Long Patian, his pupils constricted. A 4th-stage World King Jr. had actually broken through his 8th-stage World King sword. This was a miracle, but also a great humiliation. Because Lin Ling seemed to be telling him that his broken sword wasn't necessarily invincible. 7 Styles Thunder Edge. Without speaking further, Long Patian grasped his sword and shot towards Lin Ling. Like a thunder dragon crossing the skies, endless thunder fell down like rain, overbearing and magnificent. He had given up on long-range attacks and wanted to use close-range attacks to kill Lin Ling. He wanted to see just how Lin Ling would fight him. That youth, after today's battle, I fear his name will shake the 3 great academies. But Long Patian is clearly serious. The shock in the crowd's hearts hadn't yet disappeared when they solemnly said. This was because Long Patian had clearly used a martial art. Moreover, it was an early 3rd-grade martial art. His sword Dao came from Blue Dominance Academy and was much fiercer than many martial artists. With an 8th-stage World King cultivation in addition to an early 3rd-grade martial art, that youth would not be able to block it. Pa. Endless thunder came crashing down along with the howling winds and torrential rain. It made one suspect that just this thunder alone could cause Lin Ling's soul to scatter. Arrogant. Let me see how arrogant you are. In the howling winds and torrential rain, Long Potion's voice floated out. Crackle. But at this time, divine light shrouded the skies. It was sacred and dignified, as if the Son of God had descended. Divine light protecting the body? Long Patian actually used his innate talent against that young man? Xianxia monarch shouted in fear. However, he soon realized that he was wrong. Long Patian had already formed a thunderous aura. This meant that he had already used his innate skill. In that case, whose divine light shield belonged to? It's him. But soon, someone exclaimed. This was because they discovered that the divine light didn't come from Long Patian, but from Lin Ling. This meant that Lin Ling had also awakened his godly body. You also have an awakened divine body? I finally know why the Demon Guardian Master lost to you. However, you don't have the right to be so arrogant. Long Patian was shocked as well, but his sword became even more ferocious. It was slashing, stabbing, and flicking. Every single strike was as swift as lightning, and it was extremely powerful. Although Lin Ling had an awakened godly body, so did he. Moreover, his cultivation level was higher and his martial arts were more powerful. Therefore, there was nothing to be afraid of. He wanted to slay Lin Ling in front of everyone. It was time for Lin Ling's show to come to an end. Beyond the Great Wall, the sounds of war, the smoke of war rises from all directions, bones are buried in the yellow earth. Long Potion's deafening voice echoed throughout the ruins. The ruins had already turned into a pool of thunder. Sword light filled the air. It was certain that even if a 7th-stage World King martial artist were here, they would still perish. And at almost the same time, Lin Ling also moved. His body seemed to leap through space, and time seemed to freeze. This was the might brought about by the flames of time and space. It changed the fluctuations of space and time. Staring at these multicolored flames, the 3 leaders immediately felt a sense of familiarity. Then they shouted out in unison, "That is the flames of time and space." This fellow didn't die in the 8 gods' heavenly palace and even obtained the flames of time and space. Their complexions became dignified. From the start, they didn't have a good opinion of Lin Ling. They thought that Lin Ling was nothing more than a joke. But who knew that Lin Ling was a dark horse, and a dark one at that? Even so, he will still be defeated. His boundary is too low. Sky Snow King's heart was filled with jealousy. At this time, he sinisterly smiled. He didn't believe that Lin Ling was Long Potion's match. After all, he had personally experienced just how strong Long Potion was. I want to see just how you'll dodge. However, the more Long Potion fought, the more startled he became. How could this Lin Ling be so mysterious? He was actually able to dodge his thunder. Could Lin Ling's speed be even faster than the thunder? In truth, Lin Ling's speed wasn't too fast. It was just that the flames of time and space had changed space and time, causing the thunder to be unable to catch up to Lin Ling. Although they had awakened their divine bodies, Lin Ling's potential was clearly greater. And most importantly, the space and time divine tablet was in Lin Ling's possession, allowing him to display the limits of the flames of time and space. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lin Ling dodged all of the swords. He's about to hit. There were even times when a sword was right in front of Lin Ling's eyes. Everyone thought that Lin Ling was dead for sure, but Lin Ling's feet moved and he dodged the sword like a reflection in water. The entire process was dangerous, but he seemed extremely calm. From the perspective of the crowd, Lin Ling's figure could be said to be pleasing to the eye, as smooth as flowing water. Fierce, a 4th-level world king can fight until now. This youth is going to amaze the world. Who is he? How come I've never heard of his name before? Gradually, many people began to pay more attention to Lin Ling. As for Long Potion, the more he fought, the angrier he became. His tyrannical sword slashed out again and again, but unfortunately, he still couldn't touch Lin Ling. This fellow's boundary isn't high, so why is his comprehension of martial arts so deep? Moreover, he has been dodging my sword all this time. His world essence should have been consumed by now. Long Potion had far too many doubts in his heart. He was sure that compared to Heavenly Snow King, Lin Ling was far more difficult to deal with. Of course, the most difficult thing to deal with was Lin Ling's aura, which was as mysterious as the clouds in the sky. I've finally caught you. And at this time, Long Potion suddenly grasped an opportunity. The sword in his hand stabbed out like a storm. The skies were filled with his sword, accompanied by surging thunder. One could imagine that if Lin Ling were to be pierced, his body would be riddled with holes. He's lost. At some unknown time, the martial artists in the ruins began to clench their fists. The intensity of this battle had already surpassed their imaginations. That's not necessarily true. But at this time, Lin Ling finally struck out with his sword. The 6th level of the Profound Sword record, Profound Word Sword, was rapidly slashed out by him. In the skies, the dazzling Profound character appeared. Profound Sword record, and it's the final level. Its rank has reached the early 3rd grade. This fellow has actually cultivated this martial art to the peak. Some of the old monsters who cultivated the sword were once again surprised. They realized that Lin Ling was becoming more and more unfathomable. As for the Profound Sword record, they had also cultivated it before. However, the further they went, the harder it was to cultivate. Many times, when they cultivated to the 5th level, they would give up and switch to other martial arts sword moves. And now, the mysterious young man in their eyes had succeeded in cultivating it. He gave off a feeling that his entire body was a mystery. What's the use? Your sword can meet mine head-on. You're no match for me. Chapter 24:33. Thunder Dragons remains. Everyone seemed to realize this. Many people couldn't help but sigh. This time, Lin Ling was about to be defeated. They clenched their fists even tighter. They hoped that Lin Ling would be defeated, but they also hoped that Lin Ling would create another miracle. Perhaps the fact that Lin Ling hadn't been defeated yet caused them to increasingly hope for a miracle to occur. After all, if Long Potion were to be defeated by Lin Ling, then that would be fun. However, a miracle had indeed occurred. Everyone thought that Lin Ling wouldn't be able to block Long Potion's sword. But in reality, that sword had been blocked. The dazzling Profound character carried with it a sharp sword light. It had actually completely blocked the storm-like sword of thunder. Your world essence. Long Potion finally cried out in alarm. This was the first time he had cried out in alarm. This was because Lin Ling's sword allowed him to feel a massive amount of world essence. This was absolutely the strength of a 7th stage world king. But Lin Ling was truly at the 4th level of the World King realm. And at this time, Lin Ling had fused the strength of his 2 dantians together, forming that sharp sword. His eyes were extremely calm. His left eye quietly stared forwards, the myriad mammoth demon eyes watching that sword. Faintly, he seemed to sense something. Dao. This was the Dao. It had to be known that the ultimate sword Dao was divided into several boundaries. The first was the fundamental boundary. This was the foundation of all sword martial arts in the infinite worlds. Even the sword Dao that Lin Ling cultivated in the rainforest Holy Land belonged to the fundamental boundary. The second was the subtle boundary. This was the perfect sword Dao, the gap between perfection and subtle. It was born from the chaos of the universe. Only martial artists that had been to the chaos of the universe could touch upon this gate. The third was the true boundary of Dao. This represented one's skill approaching the Dao, the upper body of chaos. After reaching the true boundary of Dao, the power of chaos brought about by the sword Dao would be even greater, spreading everywhere. Break for me! Lin Ling roared out loud. His long hair wildly danced in the wind. The broken sword in his hand emitted popping sounds, finally turning into an invisible strength that poured into the profound character. The word Xian became even more dazzling. Long Potion's pupils constricted as he sensed Lin Ling's terrifying aura. Lin Ling was becoming more and more powerful. He immediately activated an even more powerful sword move to resist Lin Ling's sword. Hot Sand Gold, Mirage, Wilderness Thunder, Desert Storm. The sky was filled with sword shadows, and the ruins were shattered. Only the statue was still sitting on the ground, and the surroundings had already turned into ruins. Puff, puff. The weaker martial artists were directly strangled to death by the airwaves. Even a 5th-stage World King powerhouse was no exception. The collision of the 2 swords was terrifying. Boom. And when the 2 swords collided, even more turbulent world essence energy erupted, mixed with the crazy primal chaos energy. Boom. Boom. At this moment, the rising sun realm was actually split into 2. The sky and the earth were severed by a single sword strike. Many experts who were floating in the void of the universe had a drastic change in expression. They had never imagined that the clash between the 2 juniors would actually sever a world. One had to know that the rising sun world was an extremely stable world, not a tiny one. Puff. At almost the same time, a blood-red light shot out. Then, a figure was sent flying backwards. During this process, a massive amount of broken bones also shot out. This was Long Patian. Beneath Lin Ling's true realm of Dao sword, he hadn't been able to block it. How terrifying! Looking at Long Patian being sent flying backwards, even Sunset Brilliance and the others paled. The result of this battle had surpassed all of their imaginations. With this, they could determine that Lin Ling's strength was ranked in the top 3 of the 3rd generation. The last time I saw him he wasn't this strong. How much time has passed and yet his strength has risen to such a terrifying degree. I fear that in less than 100 years, his strength will catch up to us. The blue-clothed old man solemnly said. In the chaos of the universe, there were geniuses of all worlds and geniuses of the martial god realm. But, Lin Ling was absolutely a monstrous martial god that stood above all martial god geniuses. How can you be so strong? At this time, Long Patian spat out another mouthful of blood. He glared at Lin Ling. As for Lin Ling, he was also panting for breath. He looked at Long Patian. A 7th-stage world king in addition to an awakened divine body. His life force was truly tremendous. In his opinion, that sword strike from before should have been able to obliterate Long Patian. But, his estimation was wrong. This meant that Li Xiaoyao's vision wasn't necessarily accurate. This was because Li Xiaoyao was using the vision of his era to see things. But, the current era was no longer the same as before. The geniuses of this era were far more powerful. It's not over yet, Lin Ling lightly said. However, the tyrant Song's sword in his hand had already shattered, leaving only the hilt behind. Seeing this, Long Patian frowned. Your sword is completely gone, so how can you fight? The martial arts you used before consumed a great deal of your world essence. You wanted to borrow a great deal of strength to kill me, but you miscalculated. Your world essence has also been consumed, so how can you fight? Lin Ling immediately sneered. You really have sharp eyes. Not bad, not bad. Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, I am very curious about you. How did you rise up so quickly that even I have to take you seriously? Exclamation point. Hearing this, Long Patian took a deep breath and nodded. It was like he was seeing Lin Ling for the first time. As he looked at Lin Ling, his eyes became increasingly dignified. After all, in order for him to possess his current strength, he had already battled countless geniuses. He thought that he was invincible, but today, a dark horse had risen up and caused him to suffer a great loss. What third-generation Heavenly Snow King? Compared to Lin Ling, they were nothing but farts. Next, I'm going to use my strongest move. Either you die, or I die. Exclamation point. Long Patian knew that if he didn't erupt with his trump card, there was no way he could defeat Lin Ling. Bone Dragon Thunder Body. Exclamation point. Ka. Tens of millions of arcs of thunder were born from the chaos of the universe, appearing out of nowhere. It was like an ancient thunder dragon had arrived. In the universe, a giant thunder dragon appeared, forming an endless rainbow of thunder. Bang! Long Potion's body exploded, turning into countless broken bones. But soon, they reformed, turning into a giant thunder dragon that caused the surrounding area to be filled with thunder. And this thunder dragon's entire body was made of bones. No flesh or blood could be seen. But in its chest, a beating heart could be seen. Thump, thump, thump. At the same time, a deafening sound echoed out. In the chaos of the universe, waves of energy exploded outwards. In the distance, those ancient 7th-level World King Realm martial artists paled, their hearts beating wildly. Puff! Someone spat out a mouthful of blood and frantically drew back, avoiding these sounds. Some people directly exploded. The corpse of a thunder dragon. He actually refined these corpses. No wonder he wanted to obtain the Saint Body Demon Heart. Only those true Divinity Realm powerhouses had dignified expressions. This was because this was the sound of a thunder dragon's heartbeat. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to block it. The thunder dragon roared. It swam through the universe, hurtling towards Lin Ling. In an instant, a massive aura came crashing down, causing Lin Ling's complexion to pale. He could feel his heart beating wildly, as if someone had taken a sledgehammer and pounded it. If it weren't for his godly demon body being formidable, he would have vomited blood and been injured. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At the same time, thunder struck. Chapter 2434. Sequelae. This was because Lin Ling had used 2 dantians and was able to fight a 7th-stage world king. Moreover, he had divine light protecting his body, greatly increasing his defenses. What was difficult was the sound of his heartbeat. After the thunder struck, Lin Ling was sent flying backwards. Run! I want to see just how you'll run. However, the massive thunder dragon skeleton surrounded Lin Ling for 1,000 miles, trapping him in the center. It wanted to shake Lin Ling to death. He lost. This time that youth lost. No one thought that Lin Ling could win. However, for Lin Ling to fight until now, even though he had lost, it was still an honorable defeat. After all, many people realized that once the Thunder Dragon appeared, even an 8th-stage World King martial artist wasn't its match. You said you wanted to avenge your friend? Haha, you came here to die. After you go to hell, help me teach your friend a lesson. I'm sorry, but I'll kill him. Haha. The entire universe of chaos was filled with Long Potion's arrogant voice. You want to apologize? Then you should personally go to hell and apologize on her behalf. However, after his voice was an angry voice that caused Long Potion's heart to tighten. Lin Ling hadn't died yet? Bang! At the same time, multicolored flames shot into the skies. Evil flames burned the universe. These multicolored flames turned into a giant, like an evil flame god. Following this, a massive power of world essence also erupted. Everyone could feel that this was the strength of an 8th-stage world king. Then, the massive thunder dragon was forcefully broken apart. A flaming figure shot out from the center, breaking free. It floated in the universe of chaos, like an ancient flame god. Is this fellow invincible? What a freak! At this moment, no one wasn't moved. This was because Lin Ling was still hiding cards in his hands. Was he limitless? Moreover, Lin Ling was only at the 4th-stage World King realm, but he had risen 4 great boundaries in succession. Even in Martial God world, this was an unprecedented feat. The collision of 2 young kings. There is always a taller mountain. This has nothing to do with the face of us old fellows. Sunset Brilliant Sun bitterly smiled and shook his head. In the past, he was also a disciple of the three great academies, but now he discovered that each new generation surpassed the previous. You will still die. Long Potion's crazed voice, shaking the universe of chaos. Lin Ling still had cards in his hands. He was unwilling to accept this. He had to kill Lin Ling. Rumble rumble. The giant thunder dragon was like a heavenly river, hurtling towards Lin Ling once more. However, the current Lin Ling had borrowed the power of the evil flame transformation to reach the 8th level of the World King realm. He could be called an overlord, the master of 10 great worlds. How could he be defeated so easily? He turned into a shooting star and weaved through the chaos in the universe to avoid the pursuit of the lightning dragon. With the space-time flames protecting his body and the increase in his cultivation level, the threat that the heartbeat posed to him was becoming smaller and smaller. Lin Ling, come and fight. Long Patian became increasingly angry. He couldn't catch up to Lin Ling and he couldn't even affect Lin Ling. A flame god and a thunder dragon swept through the universe of chaos. Wherever they went, the weak died. They were like two meteors, constantly flashing, shocking everyone. Do you only know how to run? Come and fight me. I killed your friend and he died a miserable death. Don't you want revenge? I am one of the 18 assassins. I am right here, come and fight me. Long Potion's voice became increasingly crazed. After fighting for so long, he was becoming impatient. As for Lin Ling, he didn't say a word. He continued to flash like a meteor. He didn't care because he was just a nameless last-generation disciple. But Long Patian was one of the top 3 of the 3rd-generation disciples. If Long Patian couldn't defeat him, how could he not be anxious? After an unknown period of time, Lin Ling finally came to a stop. This was because his evil flame transformation had reached its end. He was beginning to weaken. You used a secret technique to forcefully increase your cultivation. Now, the after effects have appeared. You are getting weaker and weaker. Let's see how you can resist me. Seeing that Lin Ling had stopped, the thunder dragon immediately raised its head and looked down at Lin Ling. Aren't you the same? Compared to my secret technique, your after effects are worse. Lin Ling also raised his head and said indifferently. Long Potion's expression changed drastically. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. In fact, I don't need to say it. You know it yourself. You used the remains of the thunder dragon, but you haven't succeeded in controlling it. The longer you use it, the greater the after effects. You might even die. Lin Ling said again. So, you want to obtain the sacred body demon heart to strengthen your talent and let the remains of the thunder dragon be able to control it for a longer period of time. Nonsense! Long Patian shouted angrily. Hearing their conversation, the crowd was in an uproar. Was Long Patian going to lose? This was simply unbelievable. In fact, you have no way out. Previously, if you forcefully took back the remains of the thunder dragon, you wouldn't have died. But you knew that you would be killed by me. So, you had to continue using the thunder dragon until you killed me. Unfortunately, I wasn't killed by you. So, you wanted to anger me and force me to fight you to the death. Unfortunately, you didn't succeed. Lin Ling's face was pale. The after effects of the evil flame transformation made him extremely weak. However, he knew that compared to his weakness, Long Patian was in a worse state. Nonsense! Long Patian roared again, but his voice was getting softer and softer. Many people also realized that the sound of the heart had disappeared without a trace. The bones of the thunder dragon also began to crack. It was as if the bones were about to be eroded by the wind. In fact, Long Patian also knew about his own situation. Before, if he didn't use the remains of the thunder dragon, he would have been killed by Lin Ling. So, he didn't have any other choice. Ka ka ka. In the void, the huge thunder dragon broke apart inch by inch. Finally, a weak youth was revealed. It was Long Patian. Lin Ling looked at him indifferently. He didn't do anything because he knew that Long Patian was already dead. In fact, this battle was to see who could last the longest. And he, Lin Ling, won. I won't let you go. Long Patian found it extremely difficult to speak. He forcefully used the remains of the thunder dragon. The after effects were so fast that he didn't even notice it. In the end, his body cracked open. His skin floated away like paper and gradually turned into nothingness. Before he died, he stared at Lin Ling as if he had many things to say. Unfortunately, it was too late. I said before, if King Yama wants you dead at midnight, you won't live past midnight. Upon seeing this, Lin Ling smiled and said. The guilt in his heart had finally disappeared. Sun Yener was eliminated by these people. Then, he will eliminate all of them. If Long Patian knew that Lin Ling was here for this, he wouldn't be able to rest in peace. Sun Yener's strength was incomparable to his. But now, because of the death of an ant, he, the most dazzling genius of the third generation, had also died. He had died an unjust death. Unfortunately, he didn't even have a chance to say that he was wronged before he turned into ashes. At this moment, the chaotic universe was silent. Chapter 2435. An existence in high demand. No one thought that Long Patian would end up like this. And who was Long Patian? He was one of the top 3 genius powerhouses of the 3 great academies' third generation. He was also an assassin of the Flying Dragon Organization and the president of the World Trade Union. When he stepped forward to compete for the Saint Body Demon Heart, no one was his match and he became the most dazzling heroic elite. However, a strange youth had come and challenged Long Patian. At that time, everyone thought this was nothing more than a joke. This was because if a passerby could counterattack 3 generations, then the third generation wouldn't be worth much at all. However, reality proved that a passerby could counterattack. This result had undoubtedly far surpassed everyone's expectations. Who is he? Heaven's Now King paled. He finally understood why Lin Ling had disdained him. This was because he truly couldn't enter Lin Ling's eyes. In truth, many old fellows were curious. Just who was this dark horse youth? Only the 3 great leaders knew a little about Lin Ling. Even so, the shock in their hearts wasn't small. This was because in the 8 gods' heavenly palace, it was rumored that Lin Ling had died. But now he had revived after death and even possessed the flames of time and space. Moreover, he had borrowed a 4th-level World King realm cultivation to kill 3 generations of 7th-level World Kings. The number of miracles that had occurred could be said to be innumerable. Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't know that he had become famous through this battle. He was so weak that he couldn't even open his eyes. Thus, he only wanted to leave this place. Little friend, it's only a competition for a Saint Body Demon Heart. Why kill someone? Some people were shocked, but there were also some that harbored ill intentions. For a monstrous genius like Lin Ling, if they couldn't use him, then it would be better to kill him. The one who spoke was an old man in brown robes. He had a faint smile on his face, but this smile was a bit fierce. This old man was clearly Long Potion's senior behind the curtain. He naturally stepped forward at this time. Then what do you want? Lin Ling calmly asked as he turned his head. To kill someone in a spar, aren't you a bit too arrogant? So, stay behind. The old man still smiled, but his smile was even more ferocious. Murder? Old ghost, you must be joking. He, Long Patian, is an assassin of the Flying Dragon Organization, and he already wants to kill me. So, please understand, he wants to kill me, and I don't want to kill him first. Lin Ling laughed, and his smile was also somewhat crazy. I don't care. Stay here. How could the old man not know that Long Patian was in the wrong, but how could he let Lin Ling go? With a wave of his long robe, power gushed out, as if there was a world within his sleeves. At this moment, the chaos in the universe seemed to have been sucked into his sleeves. However, as soon as this suction force was born, the power of the myriad worlds attacked and directly cut off the suction force. Who is it? The old man frowned. Did someone stop him? He looked ahead coldly. Step out if you don't want to die. His strength was at the true god realm, so he wanted to see who was so daring. Old man Shenpa, you are already so old. Don't you feel ashamed to attack a junior? In the chaos in the universe, a sarcastic voice rang out, causing the old man's face to become even more ferocious. Sneaking around, you don't seem to be a good person. Since you don't want to come out, I will personally find you. At that time, you will know what it means to live a life worse than death. Live a life worse than death? I want to see how it feels. However, as soon as his voice fell, a figure walked out. The setting sun was tens of thousands of feet high, and the dark chaos in the universe was also illuminated. Fu Xing Manor's people. Sunset Glory. The old man's pupils trembled, and his face became a little ugly. Although he and Sunset Glory were both at the True God realm, he was obviously not the latter's opponent. The latter was a little famous in the 9 prefectures, and he was only in the Qing prefecture. What? You don't want to let me taste the feeling of living a life worse than death? Sunset Glory smiled and walked forward slowly, his long robe fluttering, like an emperor of a generation. Haha, just kidding. The old man immediately smiled and said, secretly angry at Lin Ling's luck. He actually made such an expert come out. Living a life worse than death is a joke? I think that your words are more like a joke. Sunset Glory was still smiling, but there was a menacing threat in his smile. Pa pa pa. The old man immediately slapped his own mouth. Look at my mouth, it's so cheap. Sir Sunset Glory, please don't take it seriously. In front of countless people, he slapped his own face. From this, it could be seen just how much he dreaded Sunset Glory. This boy is very mysterious. In the future, he will surely become a great talent. I think that such a talent should belong to the heavenly court. However, just because the old man dreaded Sunset Glory, that didn't mean that others did. Soon, a dignified voice floated out. This was one of the 3 great leaders of the 8 gods' heavenly palace, Battle Sovereign Ling Ying. He seemed to be very interested in Lin Ling. Of course, besides him, there were many other old fellows that were interested in Lin Ling. After all, a 4th-level world king could jump ranks to fight and defeat a 7th-level world king. This sort of increase in strength was far too terrifying. Thus, they all wished that they could find out all the secrets on Lin Ling's body. The heavenly court is indeed good. But, has anyone else agreed to go to the heavenly court? Sunset Glory smiled. You don't need to worry about that. Get out of my way, Sunset Glory. Battle Sovereign Ling Ying coldly spat out these words. His fighting spirit began to boil like a volcano. My apologies, but I will interfere in this matter no matter what. Sunset Glory wasn't some soft persimmon. He erupted with a boundless aura. The 2 of them glanced at each other and then began to collide in the chaos of the universe. This terrifying strength nearly overturned the chaos of the universe. The weaker martial artists were directly smashed to pieces by the shockwaves. As for the martial artists that were still alive, they immediately retreated, their hearts shaking. They never thought that for the sake of this youth, these old fellows would finally take action. Of course, this youth was far too mysterious. If they had the strength to do so, they likely would have grabbed him and interrogated him about his secrets. At this moment, Lin Ling was about to fall asleep. However, he still saw what was happening in front of him. Especially when the green-robed old man smiled at him. It warmed his heart. It seemed that he owed Sunset Glory a favor. Capture him. As the battle continued, more and more powerful martial artists joined the battle. The scene was extremely shocking. Hee hee, you guys fight. This Saint Body's demon heart is mine. Among the crowd, Queen Xianxia took advantage of the chaos. After breaking the floating stone statue and obtaining the treasure, she smiled seductively and wanted to leave. However, when she saw the weak Lin Ling, her eyes immediately revealed a greedy look. She waved her hand and a sky full of spider webs rushed toward Lin Ling. Oh no! He fell into the Spider Queen's hands. Seeing this, Lin Ling smiled bitterly. Unfortunately, not to mention that he was weak right now, even if he was in his peak condition, he wouldn't be a match for that demoness. Therefore, Lin Ling was tightly wrapped in the spider webs and was dragged away by Queen Xianxia. Queen Xianxia, how dare you! Seeing that Queen Xianxia had succeeded, many people cursed. They were obviously too slow. Chapter 2436. Hijacked. Queen of Xianxia. On the other hand, Luo Ri's Great was still fighting Battle Emperor Ling Ying. He turned around and pondered for a moment. In the end, he did not do anything. He had a feeling that Queen Xianxia would not harm Lin Ling. Rumble. After the disappearance of the Thousand Fate Queen, the war and chaos became even more intense. Many old monsters took this opportunity to clear their old grudges. Who is that young man? The crowd watched the battle from afar. Then they looked in the direction where Queen Xianxia left. They were extremely confused. Until now, they still didn't know who that young man was. They only knew that the Qing state was in chaos because of that young man. At this moment, Lin Ling was wrapped in the spider web, and he was also unconscious. He had single-handedly wiped out all the assassins. In fact, if it weren't for his arrogance, he would have fallen long ago. But in the end, he persevered and finally avenged Sun Yener. The knot in his heart had also been resolved. After an unknown period of time, a warm fragrance drifted into his nose, causing Lin Ling to slowly open his eyes. Then he discovered that he was in a cave. The cave was tidy, with a bed and a table. It seemed to be a woman's room. After that, Lin Ling hurriedly checked his body and found that everything had returned to normal. Moreover, his cultivation had increased slightly. Now that he had recovered his strength, this place was not suitable for him to stay for long. Therefore, Lin Ling wanted to leave. However, he was shocked to find that the cave was wrapped in layers of spider webs. With his strength, he could not break through them at all. "It's Queen Qianji." Lin Ling smiled bitterly. Li Xiaoyao had actually met this spider queen before. She was also a female genius, but she lost to Li Xiaoyao in the past. Furthermore, it was a humiliating defeat. Li Xiaoyao gave her 3 moves, and Qianji Queen still couldn't defeat her opponent. In the end, Queen Qianji swore that she would defeat Li Xiaoyao in this lifetime. All in all, she was a woman with a strong temperament. What a headache. Thinking of this, Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. "You're awake." But at this moment, an old voice suddenly sounded. A huge spider crawled over from the cave wall. This spider looked quite old. Its 8 legs were covered in fur, giving it a ferocious feeling. "I'm here to guard you under the queen's orders. You'd better be obedient. If the queen is in a good mood, she might let you go." The old spider stopped in front of Lin Ling and stared at Lin Ling. "Got it." Lin Ling immediately knew that this was a small demon. He lazily replied and took out some wine to drink. Since he was already here, he might as well make the best of it. After all, the spider queen wouldn't eat him. "Yo, wine, it smells so good. Kid, give me a sip." The old spider crawled over, drooling as it crawled. It was obviously a spider drunkard. Lin Ling was speechless, but he still threw the wine to it. Then, the old spider hugged the wine with its 8 legs and kept licking the mouth of the wine while sighing. After a few sips, the old spider became more talkative. It was sighing about life, and it seemed to have become close to Lin Ling. "Sigh, guarding prisoners is the most boring job. Being able to be with those girls is the life of a spider." The old spider looked out of the window and said. He didn't expect it to be an old pervert. "When I was young, I was just as handsome as you. At that time, the beauties in the tribe loved me the most. My hole was trampled by those spider beauties, but I was aloof and refused them." "Oh, I'm so proud that I refused them," the old spider thought. Hearing this, Lin Ling seriously doubted how handsome the old spider was when he was young. "Now that I'm old, the spiders in my tribe don't like me anymore. Sigh, I missed the best time back then. Look outside the window, there is a beauty. TSK, 8 long legs and full of hair. Her mouth is like a chrysanthemum, sexy and charming. If there is a strand of hair on the spider's head, she will be a devastatingly beautiful woman." The old spider stared out of the window, fantasizing. Lin Ling also stared out of the window. He suddenly saw a spider crawling in the distance. It was as ugly as it could be. Could it be the beauty that the old spider talked about? "Look at those sexy legs, they are so seductive." The old spider drank and drooled, and even threw a coquettish glance. Outside the window, the female spider crawled away. She seemed to have noticed the old spider's gaze and immediately crawled away shyly, leaving behind a sentence. "Old pervert. Old pervert. Lin Ling. Old pervert." He didn't understand why the female spider was so sexy and devastatingly beautiful. "Get out." At this moment, a cold voice was heard. The old spider hugged the bottle of wine and crawled away quickly. After that, a slender and charming figure walked in. She was wearing an almost transparent gauze dress. Her slender legs and fair abdomen were clearly visible. She was looking at Lin Ling with a cold smile on her face. Who else could it be other than the Queen of Qianji? Lin Ling blinked. Since he couldn't run away for the time being, he simply stared at the beautiful body without any scruples. To be honest, compared to the spider outside the window, Lin Ling felt that the Queen of Qianji was the real devastatingly beautiful woman. "Have you seen enough?" The Queen of Qianji stared at Lin Ling and sneered. Almost. Lin Ling took out another bottle of wine and drank lazily. The Queen of Qianji sneered even more when she saw how stubborn Lin Ling was. She looked at Lin Ling from head to toe as if she was trying to see through him. Last time, she almost caught Lin Ling, but the powerful fighters from the Martial Gods Battalion interfered. But this time, this guy finally fell into her hands. She said calmly, "Let me ask you something, are you Li Xiaoyao?" "Yes." Lin Ling also knew that he had fallen into the hands of the Queen of Qianji. He couldn't resist at all. At this moment, he finally realized that he was still too weak. However, since he couldn't resist, Lin Ling decided to act shamelessly. He said lazily, "Who is Li Xiaoyao? Your husband?" "Yes." "Haha, you're quite stubborn. Do you have to force me to do it?" The Queen of Qianji sat down in the cave. Her movements were full of feminine charm. She stared at Lin Ling with her enchanting eyes. She didn't expect this guy to be so arrogant after being caught by her. "That's right. I am Li Xiaoyao." Lin Ling smiled and admitted it. The Queen of Qianji was stunned. She couldn't believe it. In fact, she wasn't sure if Lin Ling was Lin Ling. She was just suspecting. Although Lin Ling was mysterious, there were many geniuses with mysterious abilities in the universe. Now that Lin Ling admitted it, she started to doubt it. Li Xiaoyao, the former #1 martial god in the martial gods realm. Although I don't know where that guy went, I am sure that I am him. Lin Ling said again when he saw the Queen of Qianji's shocked expression. Sometimes, the truth could confuse people. "You are Li Xiaoyao." The Queen of Qianji felt dizzy. Is this guy really Li Xiaoyao? Chapter 24:37. Refining the devil heart of the sacred body. Hee. Are you playing with your sister? Queen Qianji narrowed her eyes. Do you think I have the leisure? I already told you, I'm Li Xiaoyao. Do you like him? Now, you can leave Li Xiaoyao's love to me. Lin Ling said carelessly. Pah! How can you be considered Li Xiaoyao with your shameless appearance? That guy's arrogance soars to the clouds. He's definitely not as bad as you. Queen Qianji snorted. I'm also arrogant. It's just that you haven't discovered my inner qualities yet. Lin Ling stood up and pretended to walk towards Queen Qianji. His face was full of vicissitudes of life. Those who did not know him would think that he was a man with a story. Seeing Lin Ling walking towards her, Queen Qianji was stunned once again. For a moment, she almost believed that this young man was Li Xiaoyao, because everything about him was so similar. However, for some things the closer they were to the truth, the more likely they were to be false. Sometimes, the answer is still hidden in the clouds. This kid might not be Li Xiaoyao. You dare to play with me? You've got guts. I know you've obtained Li Xiaoyao's 10,000 mammoth demonic eyes. I like that mysterious talent very much. Now, give me your left eye. However, just when Lin Ling thought that he could intimidate Queen Qianji, she stood up and said coldly. Hearing this, Lin Ling had no doubt that this demoness would dig out his left eye. This demoness was merciless and bloodthirsty. There was nothing she wouldn't dare to do. Queen Qianji, is Lin Ling here? However, at this moment, a majestic voice was heard. A huge pressure covered the entire cave. Queen Qianji's expression changed. She cussed. What a sharp nose. These old bastards. She naturally sensed who it was, but there was nothing she could do about it. She could only say that Lin Ling's luck was too good. The cobwebs around the cave seemed to have been forcibly torn apart by someone. Then, two figures strode in. The two of them, one at the front and one at the back, had extraordinary auras. They were Luo Ri Yao and the green-robed elder. Previously, they saw Queen Qianji abducting Lin Ling, so they used a secret technique to leave a mark on Lin Ling. That was how they managed to chase after him. Most importantly, they were busy at that time. So, in a way, Queen Qianji was helping them. Hee, Queen Qianji, thank you. After Setting Sun's brilliance entered the cave and saw that Lin Ling was safe and sound, he couldn't help but smile. No matter what, we are from the 8 Gods' heavenly palace. If we can help, of course we will. Queen Qianji said grumpily. She was clearly in a bad mood. Hearing this, the old man ignored him and looked at Lin Ling. He wanted to ask Lin Ling if there was anything he needed. Looking at the two seniors, Lin Ling felt warm in his heart. He smiled and said, Seniors, you came just in time. Otherwise, my virginity would have been taken by this demoness. This demoness is really lustful. She has been secretly in love with me for a long time. Bah! Queen Xianxia couldn't help but curse. She didn't expect this guy to be so shameless. Luo Riyao was a little worried at first. However, when he thought that Queen Xianxia wasn't a lustful woman, he couldn't help but laugh. Then he said, Queen Xianxia, that sacred body demon heart should be yours. You helped Lin Ling get such a precious treasure. Aren't you satisfied? That's more like it. Queen Xianxia nodded coldly. Sacred body demon heart? Lin Ling's eyes lit up. He had heard of this treasure before. It was an extremely rare treasure. He didn't expect Queen Xianxia to be greedy for it. However, there were too many powerful enemies. If Queen Xianxia didn't save him, he might have been taken away by the heavenly court. Therefore, compared to the heavenly court, Lin Ling wanted to be taken away by Queen Xianxia more. That sacred body demon heart would be the reward for saving Lin Ling. Don't tell me you want to use the sacred body demon heart to improve your Spider King bloodline. Lin Ling suddenly said. Queen Xianxia looked at Lin Ling in surprise. She was surprised that Lin Ling knew her secret. However, she still nodded. It was obvious that her bloodline was extraordinary. Once a powerful martial artist's strength reached the level of being able to penetrate the heavens and penetrate the earth, the blood flowing in their body, as well as their flesh and blood, would carry the aura of the universe. Their descendants would be able to inherit their bloodline, and would naturally be stronger than ordinary martial artists. Their innate talents would also be more powerful. That was the advantage of ancient warriors. That advantage could be passed down from generation to generation. That was also why the warriors in the martial god realm were so powerful. It was said that some people awakened their godly body the moment they were born, which shocked the entire martial god realm. Of course, there were very few geniuses who were born with a silver spoon in their mouths. Queen Qianji's ancestor was obviously quite powerful. However, after passing down the bloodline, the power of her bloodline became weaker and weaker. Therefore, she needed to use certain treasures to activate her bloodline. Sacred Body Demon Heart was one of the treasures. You have already awakened your godly body. You can use the Sacred Body Demon Heart to become a real godly body. Lin Ling said again. Nonsense. It's just a Sacred Body Demon Heart. How can I become a godly body in such a short time? Queen Qianji frowned. However, her voice was filled with excitement. What if I can achieve it for you? Lin Ling suddenly laughed. Queen Qianji stood up and pounced on Lin Ling. She grabbed Lin Ling's shoulders with her slender arms and said, Are you kidding me? She seemed to be even more excited. Lin Ling smelled an indescribable fragrance. He smiled and said, Senior Luo Riyao, I told you that she is a pervert. Do you see it now? Don't change the topic. Can you really help me become a godly body? Queen Qianji scolded angrily. Her thin clothes could not hide her seductive body at all. Lin Ling licked his lips. However, he shook his head and said, Do you think I have time to joke with you? I can help you refine the Sacred Body Demon Heart into a real demon heart pill. You are lucky that I have the space-time fire. Otherwise, you would have been anxious in the past. All right. Help me improve my talent now. Queen Qianji quickly took out the Sacred Body Demon Heart. She was not afraid that Lin Ling would run away with the treasure. After all, Lin Ling could not run away. As for Luo Riyao and the old man in green, they looked at Lin Ling in surprise. If it were anyone else, they would have slapped them. How could a Sacred Body Demon Heart be refined so easily? However, they had witnessed Lin Ling's miraculous abilities in the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Therefore, they were looking forward to this moment. This alone is not enough. You need to find Scarlet Wind New Silkstone, Big Dipper Dream Hairflower, and Universe Black Copper. Lin Ling touched his chin and listed a lot of materials. These materials were very precious. Many of them could only be found in Universe Black Copper. Slow down. I will remember it. Okay. Queen Qianji was suspicious of Lin Ling at first. However, when she saw Lin Ling's reaction, she became more hopeful. I have Big Dipper Dream Hairflower. Okay. Fortunately, I have Sulfur Illusion. Okay. Chapter 2438. Never heard of. If you're still lacking materials, then go out and search for them. Little ones, Go to the myriad worlds to search for these materials. If you can't find them, then snatch them back for me. Looking at the missing materials, Queen Qianji waved her hand domineeringly. Outside the cave, the spiders obeyed and flew into the sky. Only now did Lin Ling realize that he was in a world, and this world was not big. It floated in the chaos of the universe, and as far as the eye could see, it was like a starry sky. This made Lin Ling feel as if he was on a small island. While waiting, Qianji, Sunset Glory, and the others became more and more interested in Lin Ling. They kept asking Lin Ling questions. If it were other people, Lin Ling would naturally not bother to talk nonsense. However, these people had helped him before, so he patiently explained. Queen Qianji and the others learned a lot from this explanation. They were even more suspicious of Lin Ling now. That's because I received the inheritance of the Boundary King of Heaven and Earth ring, so I'm a little familiar with this. Lin Ling knew that they would be very confused, so he found an excuse. The World Barrier King of Heaven and Earth ring? Is that the World Barrier Master who rose to prominence like a comet 10,000 years ago? He's an orange-robed barrier master. The three of them were not world spiritists, so at this moment, they were very shocked. Moreover, they finally knew why Lin Ling was so mysterious. In fact, Li Xiaoyao was even more powerful than the Boundary King of Heaven and Earth Universal Boundary. He had long surpassed the orange robe level. Not long after, those spiders flew back and brought back some materials. All right, Lin Ling, all the materials are here. Let's see if you can open our eyes. Queen Qianji laughed excitedly. Lin Ling looked at her strangely. What happened? Queen Qianji frowned. You look pretty when you smile. So, as a woman, it's better not to be so domineering. Lin Ling shrugged. Queen Qianji was stunned, and she gritted her teeth. She was too anxious to refine the pills, so she lost her composure for a moment. Lin Ling, refining the demon heart of Saint Body requires so many materials. The old man in a green robe looked at the materials on the ground. No need. 2/3 of the materials are for me to refine the dominating song sword. 1/3 are for the demon heart pill. Lin Ling, demon heart of heaven and earth universal, and demon heart of heaven and earth, demon body, the old man in green robe. Studio Lin Ling, Sunset Glory, and the green robe, Sunset Glory, and Sunset Glory, Sunset Glory. Studio, Sunset Glory, and Sunset Glory, Demon and Sunset, Continent Studio World Dragon Sun Studio. Qianji Queen smiled bitterly. Lin Ling, I know your sword is broken. But what sword do you want? I'll get it back for you. Be patient and make the demon heart pill for me. What a joke! Lin Ling's sword was comparable to the sacred body demon heart. If there was a mistake in the refining process, then the sacred body demon heart would be wasted. Are you saying that you don't want to see me refine the sacred body devil heart pill? Hearing this, Lin Ling's expression turned ugly. You can refine it however you want, as long as it succeeds. Queen Qianji raised both of her hands in surrender. Since she had a favor to ask, she could only swallow her anger. Luo Riyao clicked his tongue in wonder. One is refining weapons, the other is refining divine pills, refining them at the same time. This is simply unheard of. Senior Sunset Glory, not only have you heard of it, but you've also seen it with your own eyes. Lin Ling's expression didn't change. He waved his hands, and the materials all floated up. Lin Ling's hands didn't stop. He used the fire of time and space to draw a mysterious barrier. This barrier used the universe as a furnace to burn the materials. At this moment, a huge amount of spiritual energy rushed towards them, causing their pupils to tremble. This kind of technique was something they had never seen before. Boom! With the influx of spiritual energy from the universe, the fire of time and space became even bigger, causing the entire cave to be filled with colorful lights. This type of barrier was called the Peerless Wide Cloth Barrier. It could increase the power of the flames by a few hundred times, allowing it to burn the materials that were difficult to melt. If this barrier didn't take a long time to set up and required a lot of concentration, Lin Ling would be able to defeat many ancient martial artists with this barrier. Pop, pop, pop. Almost at the same time, the materials in the barrier started to melt. They've all melted. Even the sacred body devil heart pill is disappearing. How can we tell the difference between the materials? The old man in the green shirt exclaimed. In fact, even Luo Riyao couldn't remain calm. This was the first time he had seen such a method of refining materials. After all, there were hundreds of materials. If they all melted at the same time, how could they tell the difference between the materials? Linling, don't destroy my sacred body devil heart pill. Queen Qianji was more anxious than the other two. She shrieked. Don't worry. It's such a simple refining. I know what I'm doing. Linling said without looking at her. Know what he's doing? However, Queen Qianji didn't know what he was doing. If all the materials were put together, it would only be a piece of scrap metal. At this moment, she regretted it. She shouldn't have trusted Linling. Linling was just messing around. Previously, she had been too anxious to restore her ancestors' bloodline. Even Luo Riyao and the others thought that Linling was messing around. They thought that Linling was really capable when he talked about it. But now they felt that they were stupid. Their intelligence seemed to have been lowered. Of course, it was no wonder that they trusted Linling. Linling left them with a mysterious impression. My sacred body devil heart. At this moment, Queen Qianji let out a painful groan. Those who didn't know her would think that she was being tortured. In fact, her sacred body devil heart pill had been burned into a pile of rotten meat. It was mixed with the other materials. Sigh. Even Luo Riyao sighed softly. However, just as their hearts were filled with disappointment, the flames began to transform. They actually turned into volcanoes, and a piece of material floated in the mouth of each volcano. There were over 100 volcanoes, and those volcanoes seemed to be able to clearly distinguish each material. This. Oh my God. What's happening? Could it be that the flame can separate the materials by itself? Queen Qianji and the others were shocked. It was as if they were injected with chicken blood. I've told you. Not only have you never heard of it, but you've also seen it with your own eyes. At this moment, Linling's indifferent voice came from the boundary. He missed this moment because he hadn't used this refining method for a very long time. There were two reasons why he could use it now. First, he had the space-time flame. Second, his soul power had reached a terrifying level. He could control each material. Rumble. Chapter 2439. Was this still a simple refinement? This peerless wide boundaries concept lies in its breadth. Don't think that the boundary is big, but the main fire boundary alone is 900 million, and the auxiliary boundary is made up of 49 basic boundaries. Each basic boundary has 500 million boundaries, which correspond to the main fire boundary. 2 by 2 intersects, 3 by 3 intersects, 7 by 7 changes, and 9 by 9 mysteries. It can give rise to countless auxiliary effects. Therefore, although the materials seem chaotic, they are actually all controlled by the boundary, and the boundary is controlled by my soul force. Linling's voice floated out. The volcanoes in the barrier began to fuse together. In the next moment, a large black sword flew out. The new tyrannical song sword had been created. Terrifying shockwaves swept out along with the great sword. However, after Linling created a few barriers, that powerful aura was restrained. It's at least a grade 9 artifact. The old man's pupils trembled fiercely when he saw this. At this moment, a loud boom rang out. The flames within the barrier formed a huge explosion that destroyed everything. Moreover, the entire cave collapsed. Queen Qianji and the others were protected by divine light, which blocked the falling rocks. However, they were all stunned because this seemed to be a cauldron explosion. Although they didn't know anything about alchemy, they knew what a cauldron explosion meant. Could it be that Linling had failed at the crucial moment? You managed to refine your own sword, but you failed to refine my pill. Qianji Queen couldn't help but shout. Her sacred body and demon heart had been destroyed. My condolences. Alchemy, especially divine pills, doesn't have a 100% success rate. Luo Riyao smiled wryly and comforted him. I know, but. Qianji Queen almost cried. Although she knew that the pill couldn't have a 100% success rate, how could she not feel sad when her sacred body and demon heart were destroyed? One had to know that the treasure was something that could move countless old monsters. Pah! However, at this moment, the sound of footsteps suddenly rang out. Linling walked out from the rubble and said indifferently, You call yourself a queen? Can you do that? That's a sacred body demon heart, not something else. Linling's arrogant attitude and his nonchalant attitude made Queen Qianji roar in anger. Tears welled up in her eyes. She couldn't wait to kill Lin Ling. Catch! However, Lin Ling waved his hand, and a jade-like heart flew toward Thousand Fate Queen. Sacred Body Magic Heart Pill. It can help you reach the level of divine body. As the elixir floated out, a mysterious melody rang out. It was as if a heart was beating. Even Luo Riyao and the others' hearts were beating along with the melody. This pill was extraordinary. Just by feeling, they knew that the medicinal pill seemed to have succeeded. Queen Qianji was stunned. She quickly caught the elixir, and her enchanting face was filled with excitement. When the enchantment barrier broke, it wasn't because the cauldron was broken. It was because the energy required to form the pill was much more than before. Therefore, I used the energy of 500 million fire enchantments and 49 basic enchantments to maintain the pill until it was formed. At the moment when the pill was formed, I used 50 million fire enchantments to seal the pill. That's why the enchantment barrier broke. Lin Ling said calmly. In the shattered cave, there was a deathly silence. Soon, cries of surprise could be heard everywhere. Damn! You call this a simple refinement? Just kill me. This is simple. What if it's complicated? Don't tell me you're going to refine the entire universe. Lin Ling, thank you. Hehe. My sacred body magic heart pill. Lin Ling looked at the three of them and smiled faintly. He had returned the favor to Queen Qianji. Then, he saw Queen Qianji swallowing the elixir. He frowned and said, I forgot to tell you. After you swallow the elixir, you must take some supplementary elixirs every month. Otherwise, as time passes, the effect of the sacred body magic heart pill will disappear. Humph. What does that mean? Humph. Queen Qianji raised her head and stared at Lin Ling. It means that you will have to follow me for at least a year, and I will make elixirs for you every month. Lin Ling said in a deep voice. I'm the queen. Why should I follow you? I can't wait to kill you. Humph. That's none of my business. Humph. Lin Ling. No wonder you're so kind as to make elixirs for me. You're doing it for me. Humph. That's right. I need a bodyguard. Humph. Hearing Lin Ling's words, Queen Qianji clenched her teeth in anger. This damn brat. On the other hand, Luo Riyao and the others smiled bitterly and shook their heads. Lin Ling had a good plan to get a bodyguard for free for a year. Fine, fine, fine. I agree. But let me remind you. Be careful when you sleep. You might die if you're not careful. Humph. For the sake of the future, for the sake of becoming stronger, Queen Qianji endured it for the time being. However, Lin Ling shrugged his shoulders indifferently. Luo Riyao and the others looked at each other. They felt that Lin Ling was very mysterious. Although Lin Ling's current strength was not as strong as theirs, Lin Ling's potential was very strong. On top of that, he had a godlike mastery of spirit formation. They could not miss out on a junior like him. Lin Ling, are you interested in joining our Fu Xing Manor? Luo Riyao pondered for a moment and asked. For a genius like you, there are bound to be many forces in the 9 prefectures who would like to recruit you. For example, the Heavenly Court. However, the Heavenly Court and our Fu Xing Manor had a fierce conflict in the 9 prefectures. We're already enemies. So if you join the Heavenly Court, you might become our enemy. Furthermore, you're now a wanted criminal of the Flying Dragon organization. If you join our Fu Xing Manor, we can guarantee your safety. Clearly, Luo Riyao was offering an olive branch to Lin Ling. The Heavenly Court and Fu Xing Manor are going against each other. Hearing that, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. These two forces were spread all over the 9 prefectures. The conflict between them must be very intense. Unfortunately, his current strength was still too weak, and he couldn't join that kind of battlefield. Otherwise, he'd like to meet the experts of the Heavenly Court. All right, I'll join the Fu Xing Manor. Without any hesitation, Lin Ling nodded. That's great. Luo Riyao and Luo Riyao were overjoyed. They didn't expect Lin Ling to agree so readily. They had high hopes for Lin Ling. Luo Riyao couldn't help but laugh excitedly. Your current cultivation is still too low. When you become stronger, I'll bring you to the Fu Xing Manor. Moreover, you're now one of us. Every month, you'll receive 50,000 divine crystals. You can also borrow 10 million divine crystals from the Fu Xing Manor. Moreover, we have people in the Qing province's Great Azure Divine Dynasty. If you meet them, they'll help you. Being a member of the Fu Xing Manor, the benefits were very good. Lin Ling nodded with satisfaction. He even remembered that in his previous life, Li Xiaoyao had left behind a large sum of money in the Fu Xing Manor. If there was a chance, he would take it back. As for the Flying Dragon organization, the Fu Xing Manor will do their best to help you. Of course, if you're confident, you can also become an assassin in the Flying Dragon organization. This way, the mission to kill you will also end. The old man in green reminded. The Flying Dragon organization was an intermediary assassin organization. Anyone could join, but they must have the corresponding strength. Chapter 2440. Goodbye, Sun Yaoyang. After a few more words, Sunset Brilliance and the others left. Queen Qianji looked at Lin Ling angrily and turned into a pink spider, disappearing into Lin Ling's sleeve. She wanted to improve her talent, so she entered a state of cultivation. Sensing this, Lin Ling smiled and left the cave. He understood why Sunset Brilliance and the others wanted to recruit him. First, it was because of his talent. Second, it was because Sunset Brilliance wanted to enter the 8 Gods' heavenly palace next time, so he had a favor to ask of him. However, Luo Riyao had helped him before, so Lin Ling didn't mind it too much. After completing the mission, I have become the last generation disciple. However, my strength can be ranked at the top of the 3rd generation disciples. Soon, Lin Ling was strolling in the chaos of the universe. He didn't expect that the mission of the last generation disciple would come to such an end after so many twists and turns. However, he had to return to the academy immediately. Otherwise, the academy would think that he was dead. Moreover, there was still his city square and the 3rd generation disciple, the 36 world kings. It was time to settle their grudges with him. Not long after, Lin Ling arrived at the rising sun boundary. At this moment, because of Lin Ling's battle, this boundary was divided into 2. Lin Ling pondered for a moment, then walked towards the rising sun boundary. Those experts are too abnormal. Just by moving their feet, the sun-rising world is in turmoil. Fortunately, these experts have all left. Otherwise, I'm afraid we'll have to leave our home. No matter what, it's good that those experts left. However, I don't know what happened to Senior Lin Ling. Alas, with so many experts here, I'm afraid his fate will be. Don't talk nonsense. On the vast land of the rising sun boundary, the Sun family's army appeared in the former imperial city. At this moment, everyone spoke. However, when they mentioned Lin Ling, their faces darkened. Good people have good luck. Senior Lin Ling is definitely not dead. Don't talk nonsense. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. The second Prince Sun Yaoyang's face sank. He glared at the army, but in reality, he didn't have much confidence. Hearing that, everyone sighed inwardly. Sun Yaoyang, how have you been? But at this moment, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded, causing everyone's eyes to focus. When they turned their heads to look, they suddenly saw a young man in a blue and white robe appear, smiling at them. Who else could it be but Lin Ling? Lin Ling, you're still alive? Sun Yaoyang was pleasantly surprised. The previous battle was so fierce, yet Lin Ling was still alive. This was a miracle. Hearing this, Lin Ling was stunned. At this time, Sun Yaoyang said, "Let's go quickly." Although the assassins of the rising sun boundary seem to have left, for safety's sake, we should leave the rising sun boundary immediately. That's right. Senior Lin Ling, you should leave quickly. The strength of those experts is extremely terrifying. In the battle, the sun-rising world was split into 2. If they know that you are still alive, it will not be good. The others also let out anxious voices. Lin Ling had met them by chance, but he was willing to fight for them, the weak. Therefore, they were very grateful to Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling had said before that he would avenge Princess Sun Yener, in reality, they didn't have any illusions. No one is allowed to spread the news that Lin Ling is still alive. If anyone does, then 9 generations of your family will be killed. Sun Yaoyang said to the army. There were too many people, so he had to be careful. The mighty army nodded. Naturally, they wouldn't betray Lin Ling. Many people wanted to speak, but Lin Ling's next sentence silenced the army. I'm sorry, this boundary was cut by my battle with Long Patian. When these words came out, everyone stared at the young man as if they were looking at a god. In reality, they called Lin Ling Senior because Lin Ling's strength was stronger than theirs. However, Many people here felt that he was older than Lin Ling. And now, this young man who was much younger than them had actually cut the sun-rising world in half? It was said that the fierce battle that day had caused an uproar in the nearby area. In everyone's eyes, this was a battle between peerless powerhouses. And now, this peerless powerhouse had appeared in front of their eyes? Moreover, the 18 assassins were completely annihilated. Lin Ling said again. Silence. A deathly silence. Then, the sound of people sucking in a cold breath rose and fell. No one would have thought that Lin Ling had wiped out all the assassins with his own strength. It had to be known that those assassins were the first to come to the sun-rising world. Their strength was unfathomable, and any one of them was much stronger than the Flaming Lip World King. And Lin Ling had dealt with them all by himself? This was simply like a dream. It seems that we were worried for you for nothing. Sun Yaoyang's heart rumbled as he finally smiled bitterly. If Lin Ling had such strength, why did he need to run? If those assassins saw him, they would probably run. It seemed that he had worried for nothing. I came here to send Sun Yener off on her last journey. I also want to tell her that the murderers who killed her have all been eliminated. Lin Ling smiled carelessly, then looked at Sun Yaoyang and said. Sun Yaoyang stared at Lin Ling, his heart moved. Finally, he knelt down with a thud. He had already guessed that his sister had called Lin Ling master, so Lin Ling had stood up for his sister. But because of one sentence, Lin Ling dared to fight against the heavens. His sister had found a good master. A man's wealth is his own ruin. Because your sun-rising world had a sacred body demon heart, it attracted the attention of powerhouses. But now, the sacred body demon heart has disappeared, and the sun-rising world will return to peace. I don't need to worry about this place anymore. Goodbye. Lin Ling took a deep look at the crowd, then turned around and left. Thank you. Sun Yaoyang looked at Lin Ling and finally kowtowed heavily. The army behind him did the same. They looked at the handsome young man and knelt down, not saying a word for a long time. Lin Ling did not see this scene. He soon appeared in the Huanyu chaotic world. The reason why he went to the sun-rising world was to settle some matters in his heart. At this moment, Queen Qianji's voice came from his body. I didn't expect you to be so kind. You did such a crazy thing for a stranger. Long Patian died an unjust death. Even if it wasn't for Sun Yener, Long Patian still had to die. Lin Ling said calmly, but his words were mixed with cold killing intent. At this moment, a stream of light came from the front. Then, a man in a red robe looked at Lin Ling calmly. This person's strength was unfathomable. He said, Qingzhou. This person came without warning. Even Lin Ling did not notice him. This meant that this person was extremely powerful. That's right. Yes. However, Lin Ling had Queen Qianji with him, so he was not afraid. You're very strong. Little guy, I look forward to seeing you in Crimson Province. Yes. Chapter 2441. Meeting the killer again obviously. He had received an order to restore the rising sun boundary. He only spoke to Lin Ling out of curiosity. Very strong. Queen Qianji, do you have the confidence to fight him? Yes. Lin Ling knew that he had met a powerhouse from the Crimson Prefecture. 50-50. After all, his realm is one realm higher than mine. Queen Qianji said. Do you believe that if I reach the true immortal realm, I can defeat him with my full strength? Lin Ling smiled. Queen Qianji's heart trembled. Lin Ling was very confident. After all, the true immortal realm was a big step. Not every World King powerhouse could guarantee that they would reach the true immortal realm. Lin Ling didn't seem to care about the bottleneck of the true immortal realm. Queen Qianji didn't say anything. Haha, I was just kidding. You really believed it. Lin Ling laughed and strode away. Queen Qianji was stunned. She was so angry that she kept waving her spider legs. She couldn't wait to kill this arrogant brat. As for the red-robed man, he looked at Lin Ling's back. He was very puzzled. After all, it was rare for a World King Jr. to be so calm in front of him. Lin Ling continued on his way. He wanted to go back to his hometown, but when he thought of the market square, he decided to go back to the Azure Prefecture. That was because the marketplace had encountered a lot of trouble. Of course, before he went back, he also went to the martial gods camp and brought the 3 martial gods out. The marshal of the martial gods camp smiled at Lin Ling. He didn't say anything. He seemed to know that Lin Ling had experienced a lot. However, a true powerhouse could only reach the end by going through hardships. It had to be said that Lin Ling was getting closer and closer to the marshal's position. The four of them hurried on and arrived at the Green State without stopping. This was the first time that Sword Immortal Tsong Tian and the Dark Dragon Emperor had been here, and they couldn't help but gasp in awe. And after they entered the city, the expressions of Sword Immortal Tsong Tian and the others were immediately seen by many martial artists. Instantly, they all laughed in disdain. Every person who came to the city for the first time would have such an expression. Since this is your first time in this city, you must have been shocked by the grandeur of this city. However, Qing province is vast and many places are forbidden. If you barge in recklessly, you will die. I have a map here that is very suitable for newcomers like you. An old man walked out from the crowd with a smile on his face. He was leaning on a walking stick and had a benevolent look on his face. He gave off a very good feeling. Really? Thank you, senior. Sword Immortal Tsong Heaven and the others were surprised at first, but they were soon overjoyed. The surrounding people were all envious. They seemed to recognize that old man. That is Elder Song Zhong from the southern border. He is the kindest person. These newbies are really lucky. In Qing province, the weak were prey to the strong. Everyone only cared about themselves. It was rare to see someone taking pleasure in helping others. Sword Immortal Tsong Tian and the others immediately walked forward respectfully. But at this moment, Lin Ling smiled and said, "Let me do it." After saying that, he took a big step forward and blocked Sword Immortal Tsong Tian and the others behind him. Then, he came in front of the old man. "All right, let this young friend take the map. My map covers the entire Qing province. It will definitely be beneficial to you." The old man smiled benevolently and handed over a map. Lin Ling smiled faintly and took it easily. However, he didn't open the map. This stunned the old man and he asked, "Why don't you open the map and take a look? If there is anything you don't understand, I can explain it to you face to face." All of a sudden, I have no interest in opening the map. However, Lin Ling still smiled and his words stunned the old man again. According to human nature, if the old man took the initiative to help, Lin Ling would definitely open the map and listen to the old man's instructions. But who knew that Lin Ling wouldn't open the map? The surrounding people were also puzzled. But soon someone said coldly, "What an ignorant junior. I told you that Elder Song Zhong helped the wrong person." They were obviously unhappy with Lin Ling's impoliteness. The old man smiled awkwardly and looked at Lin Ling expectantly. Since the surrounding people had said so, Lin Ling should open the map. Otherwise, he would be too unreasonable. However, Lin Ling still didn't move. He looked deeply at the old man and finally said, "Senior, how long are you going to keep up this act?" "Young friend, what do you mean?" Hearing that, the old man's eyes flickered, but he still forced a smile. "In fact, I was also giving you a chance. It's a pity that you missed it. If I had attacked, you would have left your old life here." Lin Ling was still smiling, but his smile turned cold. The old man's face changed and he didn't know what to say for a moment. The surrounding people immediately scolded, thinking that Lin Ling didn't know how to respect his elders. The old man kindly gave him the map, but his attitude was so fierce. Even Sword Immortal Tsong Tian and the others were surprised. In their impression, their master wasn't so cold and heartless. "Young friend, I really don't understand what you mean." The old man finally spoke. "You still have 3 breaths of time." However, Lin Ling said calmly. The old man's eyes flickered and he said again, "Young friend, is there some misunderstanding between us? I kindly gave you instructions, but you treat me with such an attitude. Don't you think that you are too arrogant?" His words were filled with anger, but the moment he finished speaking, his eyes changed and became cold. A dagger appeared in his hand. With a flash of cold light, the dagger stabbed towards Lin Ling. This movement didn't have any fluctuations of world essence. It looked very ordinary. But, only a powerhouse would know that this dagger suppressed the strength of a 6th-level world king. It was extremely terrifying. This was an assassin. Moreover, when he attacked, he didn't cause any fluctuations of world essence. He was extremely fierce. However, Lin Ling had already sensed this. He quickly waved his right hand and the Tyrant Song sword blocked in front of him. The pitch-black sword collided with the dagger, causing a shockwave to erupt. Master! Sword Immortal Tsong Tian and the others cried out in alarm. The surrounding people's complexions also changed. Just what was happening? Impossible! My black pool fish intestine sword can kill any 6th-level world king. How can you block it? From the tumbling shockwaves, a cry of alarm sounded out. It was the old man's voice. Then, the crowd saw Lin Ling's ancient sword block in front of him, blocking the raging killing intent. Your information is wrong. The current me is not just a 6th-level world king. At the same time, Lin Ling coldly said, "How did you know I was coming to kill you?" The old man looked up, his face full of horror. Yes, he was an assassin. But he wasn't an assassin from the Flying Dragon organization, but came from some other great influence. He originally wanted to look for Lin Ling, but by a stroke of lucky chance, he encountered Lin Ling here. Thus, he used the excuse of helping Lin Ling to approach Lin Ling, wanting to deal a fatal blow. Moreover, his original plan was to kidnap Sword Immortal Firmament and the others. Chapter 2442. The shopkeeper was deceiving the customer. A person's eyes are the window to their soul. They cannot deceive others, much less someone who has just survived the clutches of the Flying Dragon organization. Second, I don't believe there is such a kind existence in this world, at least not in Blue Province. Third, your map has exposed you. This is not a map but a treasure called the Blazing Light Smoke Net Spirit Map. Once I open the map, the smoke net will cover me and I will lose all senses. Then you can easily kill me. Lin Ling lightly said. Bang! As these words fell, the old man's heart thundered. He never imagined that this junior Lin Ling would be so terrifying and experienced. In truth, he thought that killing Lin Ling would be easy. Unfortunately, all of his plans had been seen through by Lin Ling. Die! Lin Ling raised his sword and coldly said. Hold on, don't you want to know who wants to kill you? If I tell you, you have to let me go. The old man panicked. Not long ago, Lin Ling fought with the 36 world kings and didn't win. Thus, he guessed that Lin Ling's strength was at the 6th stage of the World King realm, but this information was wrong. The current Lin Ling could already fight with a 7th stage World King. Thus, he was a bit afraid. In truth, what he didn't know was that Lin Ling was already invincible in the 7th stage of the World King realm. Unfortunately, just as he finished speaking, Lin Ling decisively slashed out with his sword. Plap! A sword mark appeared on the old man's neck and he powerlessly fell to the ground. I don't need you to tell me. I know who wants to kill me. If it isn't my commandery, then it is Grand Court commandery. Lin Ling put away his sword and walked past him. The old man's eyes widened. Finally, his vitality dissipated and he died with his eyes wide open. Let's go! Lin Ling waved at Sword Immortal Firmament and the others before walking towards Radiant Academy. Master, you're too fierce. We were almost fooled. Ancient martial god Jianghu and the others said with lingering fear. They were overlords in the Rainforest Holy Land, but in martial god world, they were far too inexperienced. Who is this young man? He's so strong. He actually saw through the assassin's plot. We were all kept in the dark before. He seems to be a genius from the Resplendent Academy. After Lin Ling left, the rogue cultivators on the street all started discussing animatedly. Lin Ling's face was ice cold. He knew who wanted to kill him the most, and he also knew who the mastermind was. It should be the last generation disciple candidate named Luo Lu and great god Qian. Now that he had returned, he would settle both old and new grudges. At this moment, the market outside the Resplendent Academy was still bustling with noise. This street was connected to the first ring of the Azure Province. So many rogue cultivators came here. As for the Rainforest Market, it was quite famous in the area. It was not because the market was doing well, but because it was targeted by all the nearby markets. It was only a matter of time before it went bankrupt. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that there were a few people with powerful backgrounds in the market would have already been trampled to pieces. The few people with powerful backgrounds were Tang Yuwei, Gong Yongjiang, and the others from the Square Commandery. At this moment, there were very few people in the Rainforest Market. Scattered customers were choosing treasures. Among them, a young man who had just become a candidate shook his head and said, I'm sorry, I'm not going to refine the spirit cleansing elixir. The spirit cleansing elixir was a reward for every candidate. However, The rainforest market was unique in that it could increase the effect of the elixir by 30%. Don't underestimate 30%. Often, when a warrior made a breakthrough, they relied on this 30%. Therefore, although there was little business in the market, there were still customers. This was also why the nearby markets were jealous. You're not going to refine it? In the market, Xianxia raised his good-looking face and frowned. I'm not going to refine it. I don't have that much money. I only have 30,000 divine gems. The young man was a newcomer. He was a little timid, but he still gritted his teeth and said, 30,000? We need 100,000 divine gems to refine the spirit cleansing elixir. You only have 30,000? Tang Yue walked over from the side and couldn't help but say, then do you know how many materials we need to refine the spirit cleansing elixir again? Now that you're not going to refine it, all the materials we used before will be wasted. After saying that, she looked at the sweaty Xianxia and couldn't help but feel heartache. In order to improve the market's business, Xianxia had put in a lot of effort during this period of time. Now, he had lost a lot of weight. Now, Xianxia was expending energy to help the young man refine the elixir, but the other party said that he wasn't going to refine it. It was as if it had nothing to do with him. I'm a newcomer. I really don't understand these things. However, don't think of bullying me. Since I haven't refined the spirit cleansing elixir, I definitely won't give you 100,000 divine gems. Anyway, I'm not going to refine it. The young man's face was a little red. He seemed a little shy in front of the two beauties, but he snatched the spirit cleansing elixir from Xianxuan's hand and immediately turned to leave. Stop! Tang Yue couldn't help but shout. Was that young man still a man? He asked the two women to work for him, but at the crucial moment, he ran away timidly and even looked like a victim. It was extremely infuriating. Don't tell me you want to bully the newcomer? The young man didn't even look back. He wanted to leave the market immediately. Tang Yue, Gong Yangjiang, and Falling Flower's flowing water sword immediately chased after him. After all, they had wasted 100,000 divine gems. If everyone was like that young man, how could they continue to do business? They could only lose money. When the young man saw Tang Yue and the others chasing after him, he quickened his pace and became extremely flustered. At this moment, it seemed that some people had noticed what was happening in the Yulin market. So many people were watching the show. People from the nearby markets also appeared. There were people from Taiding Commandery, Weiwa Commandery, and so on. Two of them seemed to want to uphold justice and stood in front of the young man. These two people were Luolu and Great God Qian. Luolu said to the young man indifferently, "It's fine. The eyes of the masses are bright. This market wants to cheat you and ruin the reputation of this street. We won't allow it." Thank you, senior brother." The young man was instantly ecstatic and stopped in his tracks. Tang Yue and the others also walked over. When they saw this scene, they were so angry that their faces turned pale. Xianxuan immediately said, "Business is business. Both sides are willing. Our business has paid 100,000 divine gems worth of materials, but the customer said that he doesn't want to do business and then ran away. This violates the principles of doing business, so we are looking for the customer to settle the account. How can we talk about cheating and ruining the reputation of this street? Nonsense. If I had the spirit cleansing elixir, I would have paid the 100,000 divine gems. But I didn't, so why should I pay?" Chapter 2443. So what if I slapped your face? Everyone, come and be the judge. After saying that, the young man shouted at the street, his face filled with grief and indignation. That bastard! Tang Yue and the rest couldn't help but curse. The youth before seemed to be very timid, but now the youth was taking advantage of the situation to bully others, which made them even more unhappy. Most importantly, the young man had an innocent look on his face throughout the entire process. He was actually trying to gain sympathy. The Yulin market is too shameless. Although this city square has some ability and can refine the spirit cleansing pill, it's still better to have some morals. Trash, close the market. Many people snorted coldly and pointed at Xianxuan as they cursed angrily. As for Luolu and the others, they sneered in their hearts. In reality, they had wanted to destroy the rainforest market since a long time ago. Who knew that they would just happen to encounter an opportunity? So they might as well use this opportunity to eliminate the rainforest market. Voices rang out one after another, making Tang Yue and the others speechless. It's really lively. A good street has its reputation ruined by a rat. How can this business continue? However, at that moment, a cold voice suddenly rang out. The voice was very loud, and it caused the entire street to become silent. Then, the crowd began to move. It seemed that someone was coming from behind. What are you doing? Even if you want to watch, don't push me. Some people sensed that someone wanted to come out from behind them, and they immediately cursed. Get lost. However, the person who was trying to join in on the fun clearly had a bad temper. He actually kicked away the person who blocked his way. Bang bang bang. Those who were in the middle of the road were all kicked 100 meters away. Subsequently, several figures appeared before everyone's eyes. The person in the lead was Lin Ling. Lin Ling. Seeing this, Xianxia and the others laughed. Their Yulin Market's shopkeeper had finally returned. As for Luo Lu and the others, their expressions changed drastically. Lin Ling was still alive? The Flying Dragon Organization's assassins were dispatched. Could it be that Lin Ling still managed to escape? For a moment, their hearts were filled with doubts. No matter how they thought about it, they could not understand how Lin Ling could return alive. At this moment, Lin Ling coldly stared at Luo Lu and the others. Step by step, he walked towards them. In reality, his eyes were not only cold, they were filled with anger. Sure enough, during his absence, the Yulin market had suffered quite a bit of trouble. He looked at the exhausted Xianxia and suddenly felt a little guilty. He was not a competent shopkeeper. Thank you for your hard work, Lin Ling said to Xianxia. Xianxia smiled and shook her head. Because of Lin Ling's words, she felt that everything was worth it. Let's not talk about this first. That guy is too shameless. Tang Yue quickly told him what had happened, causing the anger in the depths of Lin Ling's eyes to grow stronger and stronger. Especially when he saw Xianxuan's somewhat haggard face, the anger in his heart immediately erupted like a volcano. He was very sure that Xianxuan had used 120% of her spirit to refine those god-cleansing pills for the sake of the market square's business. However, the other party did not care about the effort she had put in. With a single word, they did not refine the pills and left. This was too much. It's you, right? Lin Ling's gaze shifted and landed on the young man, causing the young man's entire body to tremble. However, when he thought about the people around him and Luo Li's support, he immediately braced himself and said, "That's right, it's me, but in business, isn't the customer supposed to pay after receiving the goods? At least, I haven't received any refined god-cleansing pills yet, so I have the right not to pay." Lin Ling, do you want to use your senior brother's identity to bully your junior brother? We can't let you be so arrogant and tyrannical and do whatever you want. Great God Qian also let out a contemptuous voice in support of the young man. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded and walked over step by step, causing the young man to panic. When Lin Ling arrived in front of him, he did not dare to raise his head to look at Lin Ling. How arrogant! Luo Lu and Great God Qian cursed inwardly, but they were not in a hurry. After all, the entire street was looking at Lin Ling. They did not believe that Lin Ling would dare to do anything insolent. Raise your head and look at me. At this moment, Lin Ling's voice was filled with majesty. The young man's body immediately trembled and he did not dare to raise his head. Raise your head. However, Lin Ling's voice became even colder. So be it. I'm not afraid of you. I don't believe that a senior brother like you would dare to bully a junior brother like me. The young man immediately threw caution to the wind. Although he was timid, he could not accept being bullied by Lin Ling like this. The moment he raised his head, he finally saw Lin Ling's eyes. It was a pair of eyes that seemed to have walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. He had seen countless blood and corpses. This made his heart tremble and panic even more. Slap. However, at this moment, Lin Ling raised his hand and slapped out. The crisp sound of the slap rang out, shocking the entire street. No one had expected Lin Ling to be so arrogant and domineering as to slap someone in the face. You slapped my face? The young man rubbed his cheek, his eyes red. He cursed in an extremely aggrieved manner. Don't think that just because you're a senior brother that you can bully people as you wish. This is a fair trade. If I don't buy, do you think you can hit me? Everyone please be the judge. Slap. He was also angry from the humiliation. At this moment, he did not seem to fear Lin Ling. Immediately, many voices of justice rang out. Indeed, this was a fair trade. If the customer did not sell, could the merchant force others to buy? Unfortunately, Lin Ling was not afraid of those voices at all. He did not care about the reputation of the market. What he cared about was the grievances that Xianxia had suffered. You bunch of trash. Shut up. Yes. He shouted angrily, shocking the street into a deathly silence. The crowd's eyes were red. They did not expect Lin Ling to scold everyone with a single sentence. Fair trade? Good, good, good. I like honest people. You said fair trade, right? Yes. Then, Lin Ling ignored the angry crowd. He shouted behind him, Tang Yue, bring the cold light still water. Yes. Yes. Tang Yue immediately did as she was told. She took out a small bottle and opened it. Rays of cold light immediately emitted from the bottle. You see this water, right? When I refined the spirit cleansing pill for you, did I use this water? Lin Ling looked at the young man and asked. I used it, so what? Yes. The young man frowned. He did not understand Lin Ling's meaning, but he still nodded. The cold light still water is used to cleanse pills. It will definitely be used at the beginning. Next, bring out the 7 planets blue flower. Yes. Lin Ling immediately revealed a cold smile. The young man was puzzled, but he still nodded. She used this flower too. Yes. Bring out the 7 extinction spirit Su. Yes. This is useful too. Yes. Lin Ling kept taking out materials. He only stopped when the young man finally shook his head. Your current spirit cleansing pill has not been successfully refined. You only used more than 20 materials. There is still a distance from 49 materials. Lin Ling said. That's why I said, if this spirit cleansing pill has not been successfully refined, where did you get the confidence to take the money? The young man was delighted. He seemed to think that Lin Ling was in the wrong. Chapter 2444. Not only did he slap the face, he even dared to kill. Slap. The loud slap caused the young man's face to burn with pain. His eyes widened as he did not understand why Lin Ling had slapped him again. Cold light still water is worth 20,000 divine crystals. Although the pill was not successfully refined, you used this treasure. Slap. Lin Ling ignored the young man's anger and slapped him again. Slap. Along with the slap, Lin Ling's voice sounded again. 7 luminaries blue flower is worth 10,000 divine crystals. You used it too. Slap. Slap. The slapping continued. 7 extinction spirit Su is worth 5,000 divine crystals. You used it too. Slap. 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 Every time he took out one of the used materials, Lin Ling would slap it hard. The young man thought that since the pill was not successfully refined, there was no need to pay. However, he did not know how expensive the materials needed to refine the pill were. All the materials added together are worth 70,000 divine crystals. Pay up! Pay up! In the end, Lin Ling roared. The young man's face instantly turned pale. He did not expect that he would spend so many divine crystals just because he did not want to refine the pill. Luo Lu and the others gritted their teeth. It was difficult for them to uphold justice because they did not know that refining the spirit cleansing pill would cost so many divine crystals. As for the people on the street, they were speechless. It was a fair trade. Money for goods. However, the seller had already paid so much. If the buyer suddenly stopped the transaction, the buyer would definitely have to pay the corresponding amount of divine crystals. Lin Ling, even so, you should not hit people. Luo Lu immediately said when he saw that the young man was speechless. Hearing this, Lin Ling ignored him. Instead, he looked at the young man and said, Then can you afford it now? I only have 30,000. The young man gritted his teeth and said with great grievance. He was full of resentment towards Lin Ling. Haha, you only have 30,000 and you want to refine a spirit cleansing pill worth 100,000? Then you stop the transaction and find these people to uphold justice? Are you messing with me? Lin Ling's lips curled into a cold sneer. He pulled out his sword with his right hand and ruthlessly slashed down, splitting the young man into 2. The young man's eyes widened. He never thought that Lin Ling would dare to kill him. You didn't pay for the transaction and even ran away, violating the rules of the market. Therefore, not only did I dare to beat you up, I even dared to kill you." After killing the youth, Lin Ling waved the bloodstains on the tyrannical Song sword. Upon seeing this, the entire street was in an uproar. Tang Yue and the others immediately felt their blood boil, as expected of the shopkeeper of the Yulin market. As for Luo Lu and the others, their expressions changed greatly. They never thought that Lin Ling would be so crazy to this extent. However, when they wanted to uphold justice, they suddenly remembered that the market square did indeed have rules. If a customer reneged on a debt and refused to listen to advice, then the market square did indeed have the right to kill them. After all, there were many loose cultivators on this street. If some loose cultivators forcefully snatched things and then ran away, then who could the market square find to reason with? That was why there was such a rule. Others just don't know the rules. You don't even give them a chance and kill them just like that. Your market square is too tyrannical. However, Luo Lu and the others didn't dare to speak. Instead, a voice suddenly sounded. At this moment, the crowd parted and an old man walked over with several people. The old man's face was full of wrinkles and his back was propped up. He gave off the feeling that he was extremely old. His gaze was cold as he stared at Lin Ling. Of course, Lin Ling didn't pay attention to him. Instead, he paid attention to the people beside the old man. He recognized some of them. There was Senior Zhang Wan from the talent assessment, the clown Annie Yuan, the moonlight swordsman, White Bird, and of course the 36 realm kings. He never thought that these people would be gathered here. After that, Lin Ling's gaze landed on the old man. The old man was wearing an orange robe. He seemed to be an orange-robed boundary master. It seemed that this old man's identity wasn't small. "How dare you? Why aren't you kneeling after seeing this old man?" The old man stared at Lin Ling. His wrinkled face was dignified. He had received the invitation of the 36 realm kings and had personally come. After arriving, he saw such a scene. He didn't expect this Lin Ling to be so arrogant and kill people at will. However, he wanted to see how arrogant such a thorn was. "Yo, Grandmaster Xia, what wind blew you here?" At this moment, a smile also sounded. Ancestor Dragon Granny walked out from the crowd. She was the boundary master overseeing the rainforest. After learning that Lin Ling had returned, she had also rushed over. "Grandmaster Dragon." The old man clearly recognized Ancestor Dragon Granny. He said in a sinister voice, "I haven't seen you for many years. You've aged a lot." His words were obviously thorny. The street immediately fell silent. Only that old man had the guts to curse Ancestor Dragon Granny like this. This also meant that the old man's identity was definitely not small. In fact, his background was indeed not small. Not only was he an orange-robed boundary master, he was also the former first generation of the Resplendent Academy. Such a person could be said to be a person of virtue and prestige. In the great Azure Divine Dynasty, he was also a person who could shake the Azure province with a single move. Aren't you the same? Could it be that you want to walk around before you die so that you can fulfill your wish? However, I see that you're so old that you can't walk anymore. It's better for you to lie down at home." Ancestor Dragon Granny immediately retorted. Shen Yuanguer and the others secretly laughed. They didn't expect Ancestor Dragon Granny's mouth to be so powerful. She didn't use any vulgarities when cursing, but every word was cursing people to death. "Humph!" The old man coldly snorted. However, there was a woman beside him. At this moment, she whispered a few words in his ear, and the old man's anger lessened quite a bit. Moreover, the woman was supporting him. Her chest was pressed against the old man's arm, and the old man's hand was also faintly touching that soft place. "Don't worry, Ancestor Dragon Granny. Even if this old man is lying down, I will still watch you die. You don't have to worry about this." When his arm touched that soft place, the old man's mood became much better as he laughed. Hearing this, Ancestor Dragon Granny's complexion turned ugly. She was momentarily speechless. However, at this moment, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded out. "Where did this old bastard come from? You're already so skinny, yet you're still so spirited. Be careful that you don't die on some woman's belly." This voice was undoubtedly like a bolt from the blue. Countless people looked over and discovered that the one who spoke was actually Lin Ling. No one thought that Lin Ling would dare to speak at this time. Moreover, he didn't use any vulgarities when cursing, but every word was like a gem. It had to be known that this was a former first talent of Resplendent Academy. Even the 36 world kings narrowed their eyes. Just as they were about to reprimand Lin Ling, the woman beside the old man coldly said, "How bold! You actually dare to speak to Grandmaster Xia? Are you courting death? Ho ho, do you think I have the time to spare? That Grandmaster is about to fall into your groove. Such an old pervert will die sooner or later. Do you think I have the time to offend a dead man?" Lin Ling coldly sneered. He knew that this old man had come to deliberately make things difficult for him, so he didn't give him any face at all. Moreover, his anger today wasn't small at all. As everyone heard this, they subconsciously looked towards the woman. Sure enough, they discovered that Grandmaster Xia's hand was still touching her twin peaks. This old ghost was truly perverted. Chapter 2445. Old Lecher, it's too late to try and clear your name now. Unfortunately, just as she moved, Lin Ling's words attacked her once more. Haha. On the street, many people couldn't help but laugh. This Grandmaster Xia's luck with women wasn't bad, but that woman had given herself to an old man. It could be assumed that she wasn't too clean either. These gazes were filled with disdain and disdain. Without a doubt, this caused the woman to grit her teeth and stare at Lin Ling with a murderous intent. However, Lin Ling shrugged his shoulders indifferently. He knew that there would be trouble waiting for him, and he was looking forward to it. Lin Ling, your dog guts aren't small. At this time, an angry roar sounded out. The 36 world king pointed at Lin Ling and reprimanded, "Facing the second-generation senior apprentice Sister Lu of Resplendent Academy, when did it become your turn to be so rude? Last time you escaped a calamity, but this time, it seems that I have no choice but to kill you." As his words fell, he bowed to the woman and said, "Senior apprentice Sister Lu, please allow this junior apprentice brother to eradicate this frivolous brat for you." No one thought that this woman's status would be so high. She was actually the second generation of Resplendent Academy. Lin Ling had already guessed this. This was because this woman was stronger than the 36 world kings. In addition, she had managed to climb onto Grandmaster Xia's thick thigh, so her status was naturally not low. However, as he thought of the 36 world kings trying to kill him for no reason, the anger in Lin Ling's heart grew even stronger. Originally, when he saw Xianxia being bullied despite working so hard, Lin Ling's mood was already very bad. But now it was like adding oil to the fire. As this thought rose, Lin Ling immediately sneered, 36 world king, what are you so excited about? Are you trying to wear someone else's old shoes?" As these words fell, the crowd was stunned. They looked at the woman and then at the 36 world kings. Suddenly, they seemed to understand something. It seemed that the 36 world kings wanted to pursue this woman. Unfortunately, this woman currently belonged to Grandmaster Xia, so the 36 world kings were indeed wearing someone else's old shoes. Lin Ling, don't talk nonsense. As the 30 world kings sensed the gazes of the crowd, his face filled with anger and killing intent. Today, he had to kill Lin Ling no matter what. At this moment, it was as if he was wearing a dazzling green hat. What a stinky mouth! Lu Yanhong could no longer hold it in. If Ancestor Dragon Granny wasn't here, she would have killed Lin Ling. Ancestor Dragon Granny, is this your disciple? You really don't know how to appreciate favors. Naturally, Grandmaster Xia was also enraged. Suddenly, he took out a jade bottle and said, "The rainforest market is not bad. Since you can open a market, your methods must be very good. Then, I have a wisp of spirit fox flame here. How about a pill battle? The winner will get this flame." Spiritual fox flame. Hearing this, many people cried out in alarm. Spirit fox flame was a divine beast that lived in the universe's chaos. It was extremely mysterious, and the substance exuded from its body was spirit fox flame. This was a 9th grade mystic body that was of outstanding help to fire attribute martial artists and could increase their talent. Unfortunately, this divine beast was too fast, so very few people could capture it alive. Even if one traveled through the universe's chaos, they might not necessarily see one. And now, such a precious bestial flame was actually used as a wager? This Grandmaster Xia was quite forthright. Ancestor Dragon Granny, what do you think? Grandmaster Xia asked again. In his opinion, Lin Ling must be Ancestor Dragon Granny's disciple. Then, he saw Ancestor Dragon Granny frown. He laughed cruelly and said, "If you don't dare, then hand over the market and let me take care of it." The market was a reward given to geniuses by the Academy. Even he didn't dare to touch it. However, the market was a delicious cake that he had long coveted. This was also his purpose in coming here today. He wanted to find an opportunity to force Lin Ling to hand over the market. This is too much. This market is a reward from the Academy. How can he take it back just because he says so? This is making things difficult for him. Hearing this, Xianxia and the others immediately shouted angrily. The other party had gone too far. The market is run by those who have the ability. If you don't, then it's better to obediently hand it over. That's right. This is for the sake of the majority of martial artists. Everyone, don't you think so? Luo Lu, Great God Qian, and the others immediately retorted. The crowd also voiced their opinions. From a neutral point of view, they naturally wanted the market's boundary master to have a higher standard. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if they bought a fake. Lin Ling, you'd better hand over the market. The 36 Realm Kings also gloated. Voices were heard, causing Grandmaster Xia's old face to smile like a chrysanthemum. Little friend, how about it? Do you dare to play with my disciple? His voice was low, but it carried a strong sense of ridicule and strength, forcing Lin Ling to obey. Ancestor Dragon Granny and the others immediately looked at Lin Ling and shook their heads. This time, the alchemy battle was between Lu Yanhong and Grandmaster Xia Ren's disciple. She had outstanding talent and was already half a step into the ranks of orange-robed boundary masters. Although Lin Ling had some ability, he had never gone through the boundary master assessment. He was definitely not Lu Yanhong's opponent. Therefore, they obviously didn't want Lin Ling to agree. Only Queen Qianji knew that Lin Ling's boundary skills were extremely high. Play? Hey, little girl, your master asked you to play with me. However, when everyone thought that Lin Ling wouldn't dare to agree, Lin Ling also spoke indifferently. His words were mixed with flirting. However, the anger in his heart grew stronger because he didn't expect that the other party's goal was the market. As soon as he spoke, the crowd was in an uproar. Play. Did Lin Ling think Lu Yanhong was a prostitute? Who's playing with you? Are you qualified? Lu Yanhong couldn't bear it anymore. Why are you so agitated? Do you think you're a virgin? What's more, you want me to play with you? I think it's dirty. Lin Ling replied lazily, looking like a hedonistic son of a rich family. Gong Yangjiang and the others immediately stared at Lin Ling in astonishment. In their impression, Lin Ling was calm and indifferent, as mysterious as the white clouds under the blue sky. This was the first time they saw Lin Ling show such an attitude. This meant that Lin Ling was extremely angry at this moment. Little friend, if you continue to talk nonsense, don't blame me for being ruthless. Of course, compared to Lin Ling's anger, Grandmaster Xia was even more furious. Old man, don't be agitated. Be careful that your blood doesn't rush to your head and you die. However, Lin Ling wasn't afraid at all. His words were sarcastic. Then he smiled and said, "If you want to play, then play. How do you want to play? Refine the spirit cleansing pill and prove that you're qualified to open a market. If you lose, hand over the market." Grandmaster Xia said coldly. Then he looked at Xianxia and the others and said, "Of course, you have to hand over these maids as well." This old lecher was actually talking about Xianxia and the others. The anger in Lin Ling's eyes intensified. He smiled and said, "What if I win? Will you hand over that bottle of beast fire? Every word of mine is worth 1,000 taels of gold." Grandmaster Xia nodded immediately. Lin Ling said disdainfully, "I'm sorry, but I really don't know a lecher like you. Your words are worth nothing to me. Besides, who knows if you'll die halfway? After all, you're so old. If you die halfway, who can I find to reason with? It's better to find a notary." Anger. Grandmaster Xia's old face trembled. He was so angry that he was about to go crazy. Chapter 2446. Pill Battle. Hee hee. How about we testify? But right at this moment, the crowd was split apart, and a few figures walked over slowly. The person in the lead wore a jade robe with golden threads, and his aura was extraordinary. He was around 40 years old, but the aura of an expert emanated from him from time to time. This was a person who could shake the world with a single move. He could be called a real divine king. There were a few people beside him, all of whom were powerful and had extraordinary auras. Lin Ling recognized one of the men in armor. It was the marshal of the Martial Gods Battalion, Jianghu. He did not expect the marshal of the Martial Gods Battalion to appear here. However, the Martial Gods Battalion belonged to the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, so it was not impossible for the marshal to appear in Jianghu. Lin Ling, this is Lord 8th. He can testify. Don't worry. Jianghu's expression was calm as he suddenly transmitted his voice to Lin Ling. Lin Ling's eyes flickered when he heard that. He could also see that the middle-aged man's strength was extremely terrifying. Even if Li Xiaoyao was here, he would not dare to underestimate him. This was an expert who lived as long as heaven and earth. Lord 8th. Master Xiao's expression also changed. The latter was from the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, and he was not someone he could provoke. He quickly bowed, but Lord 8th smiled and waved his hand. I just happened to pass by here and came to watch the show. There's no need to bow. His every move was filled with the aura of a superior. Seeing that he had the support of an expert, what was Lin Ling afraid of? Then he looked at Lu Yanhong and said, since it's a pill battle, let's add another condition. Lu Yanhong frowned. Condition? What condition do you want to add? Could it be? Previously, not only did Master Xia want to seize the market, but he also wanted to take Shen Yuanguer and the others away. Lin Ling was staring at her. Could it be that he wanted her after he won? You think too highly of yourself. I wouldn't want a filthy thing like you even if you gave it to me. Unfortunately, she obviously thought too much. Lin Ling said very impolitely, if you lose, you have to kneel down on the street, kowtow 3 times, hug Master Xia, and give him a kiss. How about it? This is the wager? Once this additional bet was made, everyone couldn't help but laugh out loud. Godfather? What a nice nickname. If Lu Yanhong called him that, then what position would she have in the Resplendent Academy? Everyone knew that this woman was able to rise to the top by selling something in exchange. You've gone too far. Lu Yanhong was stunned at first. She didn't understand what her godfather meant. When she realized what he meant, she was so angry that she ground her teeth. She realized that Lin Ling's mouth was very venomous. Very venomous. With just a few words, all of these experts were fuming with rage. As for Lin Ling, he was only at the 4th level of the World King realm. They had already killed countless juniors like him. Lin Ling, you've gone too far. The 36 World Kings angrily shouted. But Lin Ling quickly countered. What? Do you also want to call me Godfather? With these words, the 36 World Kings didn't dare to speak. After all, if he was also called Godfather, this meant that his relationship with Lu Yanhong was good. And, if Lu Yanhong was a fickle woman, then he would have been cuckolded. I've gone too far? Seeing the 36 World Kings not dare to speak, Lin Ling's eyes immediately turned to Lu Yanhong. His complexion turned icy cold. Excuse me, have I ever offended you? Or did I know you? I know you can't say anything. First, I have never offended you. Second, I have never known you. But when you and your master arrived, you immediately tried to seize my market square and humiliated my people. Now you say I've gone too far? Lin Ling's voice carried with it a questioning tone, his momentum overbearing. Lu Yanhong couldn't refute him. Her complexion darkened. But, she was also an ambitious and ruthless woman. Her endurance was extremely strong. If you can win, then we'll talk. Can we begin now? It was clear that she wanted to settle accounts with him later. The 36 World Kings bluntly said, once the alchemy competition ends, my agreed battle with this Lin Ling will come. Senior apprentice Sister Lu, at that time, I will help you vent your anger. It was clear that he had to kill Lin Ling this time no matter what. As for Lord 8th, he was all smiles. He sat down on the side of the street, appreciating this alchemy competition as if it had nothing to do with him. As for Marshal Red Jade Tiger, his eyes narrowed. He was actually a bit worried about this alchemy competition. The divine cleansing pill can increase one's strength by an entire boundary. It is the reward for the last generation candidates of the Radiant Academy. It is priceless. The goal of today's alchemy competition is to see who can refine the divine cleansing pill, and who can refine the better quality will be the winner. Grandmaster Xia coldly said. He didn't know why Lord Eighth had come here, but he guessed that he just happened to be passing by. After all, with just a 4th-level world king trash like Lin Ling, Lord Eighth wouldn't have come here for him. Moreover, each person will only have 3 chances. As his voice fell, the street was thrown into an uproar. Only now did they know that the standard of the alchemy competition was the divine cleansing pill. But, how could an ordinary person refine such a pill? They couldn't help but look at Lu Yanhong. They discovered that she had a proud smile on her face, as if she were determined to win. Then, they looked at Lin Ling and shook their heads. Lin Ling might be an enchantment master, but if he wanted to refine the Radiant Academy's pill, that was clearly impossible. Even Ancestor Dragon Granny worriedly looked at Lin Ling. As for Lin Ling, he felt her gaze and bitterly smiled. According to my current level, I only have a 20% chance. Haha, it looks like the city square will change owners. Serves him right. Who told him to be so arrogant before? Now he knows how to regret it. Let's wait for the city square to change owners. As Luo Lu and the others heard Lin Ling's words, they all began to laugh in schadenfreude. As for Ancestor Dragon Granny, she shook her head helplessly. She had lost all hope in her heart. In fact, she had always been confused about Lin Ling's spirit formation Dao. She didn't know what level Lin Ling was at. However, since I've already agreed, let's continue the competition. Lin Ling said as he waved his hand as if he didn't hear the laughter around him. As for the 20% chance he mentioned, the biggest reason was that his world essence wasn't large enough. After all, the world essence needed to refine the divine cleansing pill required at least the cultivation of a 9th-stage world king. 3 lotus? At that moment, the crowd exclaimed. Lu Yanhong took out a mysterious lotus flower. It was the 3 Dao lotus that was used in the assessment in the past. This ancient lotus could provide an endless supply of spiritual qi in the universe. In this way, when Lu Yanhong refined pills, she did not lack the realm essence that she needed. Everyone has 3 chances. Fortunately, I prepared enough materials. Lu Yanhong ignored the envious voices around her. With a wave of her hand, the materials needed for 3 chances floated out. It's actually 9 carapace roots. Ancestor Dragon Granny stared at one of the materials and couldn't help but exclaim. Chapter 2447. There was no time or place. As for the spirit cleansing pill, it was divided into 4 levels. Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. It was a divine pill. The Academy refined yellow-level divine pills, and Lu Yanhong had prepared so many this time that she could probably refine a profound-level divine pill. Not only could a profound-level divine pill increase one's strength by 1 realm, it could also increase one's talent by 1 grade. Then people saw that not only did Lu Yanhong have precious materials, even her pill furnace was an extremely rare treasure. At this moment, no one thought that Lu Yanhong would lose. They looked at Lin Ling again. At this moment, Lin Ling had a helpless expression because he didn't have the materials to refine pills. After all, if he had these precious materials, he would have already refined the spirit cleansing pill and sold it. Ancestor Long Granny also smiled bitterly and quickly took out a large amount of materials. Of course, compared to Lu Yanhong's materials, her materials were still lacking by a lot. Take the Jiao root for example, it only had 3 roots. The difference was extremely obvious. Even if it was successfully refined, it would at most be a yellow-level divine pill. Thank you, Ancestor Long Granny. Lin Ling knew that he couldn't compare to Lu Yanhong's wealth. He was already very grateful to Ancestor Long Granny for providing the materials. You probably don't have a pill furnace either. What a pity. If I knew that you were going to compete in alchemy, I would have brought those pill furnaces. Ancestor Long Granny felt guilty that she couldn't help Lin Ling. She immediately took out 2 pill furnaces. One of them was for her own use, and it was the extremely precious 9 Dragons Heaven Devouring Furnace. Unfortunately, this pill furnace could only be used by true immortals, so Lin Ling could only watch helplessly. As for the second pill furnace, it was a broken furnace, and it was obviously suitable for Lin Ling. However, everyone could clearly see that there were cracks on the surface of the pill furnace carved with the shape of a beast. There was probably not much chance for it to refine pills. And divine pills were not like ordinary pills. They had to be refined with a pill furnace. Sigh, he said there was a 20% chance. I'm afraid there's only a 10% chance. In terms of cultivation, he's weaker than the others. In terms of mastery, he's clearly not a match for senior sister Lu, who has trained hard in the Resplendent Academy. Even the materials used in his cauldron are inferior to the others. I don't think he has a chance at all. The city square has changed owners. I pity those little beauties. Looks like Master Xia is going to take advantage of them. The crowd began to discuss animatedly. They were not optimistic about Lin Ling at all. The guilt in Ancestor Dragon's heart grew even stronger. She looked at Lin Ling and said, "Why don't you wait? I'll go back to the academy to find a better pill furnace." "There's no need. After the alchemy battle is over, I still have to settle old and new grudges. So, I'll just use this pill furnace." Lin Ling smiled as he shook his head. Moreover, his cold eyes were also looking at the 36 world kings and the others. Clearly, Lin Ling would not let them off today. Of course, although he had obtained a broken cauldron, Lin Ling didn't actually need a cauldron to refine pills. He could use the chaos of the universe as a cauldron. The reason he had taken that cauldron was mainly because he didn't want to shock the world. "Haha, you think you can do it? When I was refining pills, you were still drinking milk." Lu Yanhong stared at Lin Ling and couldn't help but mock him. At this point, she also believed that she would definitely win. Her words were filled with confidence, but it also affected Lin Ling's mentality. It made Lin Ling feel inferior and lose confidence. If an ordinary person saw such a big gap, they would definitely lose confidence. They would probably fail to refine even the most ordinary pills. Unfortunately, Lin Ling was not an ordinary person. At this moment, he was holding a book and reading it. It was the account book of the Yulin City Square during this period. He didn't even look at Lu Yanhong as he spoke in an indifferent voice. "I admit that when I was still drinking milk, you were already climbing into someone else's bed." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire street was stunned. Then, a burst of laughter rose and fell like whispers. Lin Ling was once again mocking Lu Yanhong for being fickle and selling her body in exchange for a lot of things. There was no doubt that Lu Yanhong's pretty face was livid. She snorted coldly and ignored Lin Ling. She realized that Lin Ling wasn't strong, but his mouth was formidable, and it surpassed everyone. What an arrogant junior. Even though he knows he can't win, his aura won't be inferior. Qi Yuhu, the person you found to take the Marshal's seal, has a good backbone. However, his strength seems to be very ordinary. Lord Eighth smiled faintly on the side of the street. Qi Yuhu smiled bitterly. "Lord Eighth, that little fellow is very arrogant. In our martial gods battalion, soldiers who don't want to be generals aren't good soldiers. However, that fellow doesn't even want to be generals." "Haha, interesting, really interesting." Lord Eighth smiled again as he stared at Lin Ling. His gaze also became deep and profound. "He's starting to refine." At this moment, exclamations came from the street. Lu Yanhong made her move. Her talent wasn't weak. She had awakened her divine body. The wind thunder flower Gu flame. This was a flame born from the universal flower. It was said that this kind of flower was the most beautiful flower in the entire universe. Crackle, crackle. The colorful flames were like flowers, twining around the pill furnace. Lu Yanhong's black hair fluttered in the wind. Her white hands didn't move from time to time, and it was extremely attractive. The materials she needed for the first opportunity were all under her control. Good. So beautiful. Someone couldn't help but exclaim. Although Lu Yanhong didn't have a good reputation, it was undeniable that she was indeed a beauty. Grandmaster Xia and 36 Realm Kings were also beaming as they looked at Lu Yanhong with appreciation. Lu Yanhong naturally sensed the thousands of gazes staring at her. At this moment, she was enjoying the attention. She had paid with her body and was secretly scolded, but she endured it. Everything was for this moment. Her vanity was greatly satisfied. She felt like she was a celestial maiden who was as pure as ice and as pure as jade. Moreover, her refining of the god-cleansing pill was becoming smoother and smoother. Gong Yangjiang. How do you remember this account? However, as everyone was admiring the beautiful scene, an angry shout was like cold water that extinguished all their enthusiasm. It was Lin Ling. He was holding the account book and pointing at Gong Yangjiang while cursing, as if the number of the market square was wrong. Boom! Almost at the same time, Lu Yanhong's pill furnace let out a muffled groan. It seemed that the pill had exploded. Seeing this, the entire street was as silent as death. Lin Ling! Lu Yanhong couldn't help but let out a sharp cry. At the critical moment, who knew that Lin Ling would suddenly shout like a bolt from the blue, directly interrupting her refining. In the end, the first batch of materials was wasted. She had a beautiful beginning before, like a celestial maiden, but unfortunately, there was no beautiful ending. What are you doing? I already said that I don't like dirty women like you. If you want to find someone, find the 36 realm kings. He's used to being cuckolded. However, Lu Yanhong's anger was exchanged with Lin Ling's lazy words. Lin Ling was still reading the book in his hand. His elegance undoubtedly made the people on the street smile bitterly. Chapter 2448. The flames never die. You know you can't win, so you're interfering with others? Lu Yanhong was too angry to refute, but Master Xia immediately scolded her. Old man, you're still alive? At this moment, Lin Ling clasped his hands together and closed the account book. He looked at Master Xia and said, as a boundary master, you shouldn't be distracted. If you can be affected by a single sentence from others, how can you be a boundary master? Old pervert, didn't you teach him this when you were by his bedside? His voice was like that of a teacher, as if he was the true boundary master. He was actually giving pointers to great Master Xia. Moreover, he kept saying that he was still alive. This kind of calm attitude once again made people secretly surprised. As for Master Xia, there was no doubt that he was almost angered to death. His breathing quickened as he constantly comforted himself that there was no need to be angry over a person who was about to die. At this moment, Lu Yanhong was indeed a powerful boundary master. She quickly adjusted her state of mind and continued refining for the second time. Of course, the second time was also very smooth. However, she was not satisfied with the pill she refined, so she directly wasted the pill. Next, she had one last chance. This time, she was fully focused. She wanted to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. 3 chances, but Lin Ling only has 1. Shen Yuanguer and the others were unconvinced. Looking at Lin Ling again, he had also begun to work. He placed various ingredients into the pill furnace and began to refine them. However, when his flame appeared, the entire street shook. It was because everyone could feel that the flame pressure was extremely great. It seemed to be an awakened divine body. This little guy's talent is pretty good, Lord Eighth suddenly said with a faint smile. He finally saw Lin Ling's advantage. Lu Yanhong was also secretly shocked. However, she was still confident when she thought that refining pills couldn't be done by relying on flames. After the initial shock, everyone immediately stared at Lin Ling's furnace and shook their heads. Lin Ling also had a mysterious flame. Unfortunately, his pill furnace was full of cracks. It made people wonder if his pill furnace could withstand the burning of the flame. Alright, my medicinal pills are about to come out. After an unknown period of time, Lu Yanhong's confident voice came from the street. Countless gazes were fixed on her alchemy furnace, and everyone was filled with anticipation. Lu Yanhong glanced at Lin Ling indifferently. She saw that Lin Ling was still refining pills, but his technique was something she had never seen before. She immediately smiled disdainfully. Originally, I had already succeeded the second time. Unfortunately, the quality of the pill was too low. I wasn't satisfied, so I made a comeback. This time, I didn't let everyone down. Lu Yanhong held the alchemy furnace in one hand and said lightly, "Senior Sister Lu, you win." He definitely won. I'm guessing that it's at least a profound level divine cleansing pill. Kiska. These pills are of a higher grade than the pills distributed by the Resplendent Academy. The surrounding people let out excited cheers. Master Xia stroked his beard in satisfaction. It was as if he could already see the city square becoming his. Senior Apprentice Sister Lu, I'm afraid that Lin Ling won't even be able to refine pills. What grade of spirit cleansing pill is this? The 36 Realm King asked with a smile. Lu Yanhong's long hair fluttered like a goddess. Her left hand formed a complicated barrier, and finally she said majestically, "Open the furnace." Open. Rumble. The entire alchemy furnace swayed, and multicolored light shot up into the sky. It actually broke through the firmament and reached the chaos of the universe. The pill light shot up and reached the universe. This is an Earth-grade pill. Wow! Master Xia couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The crowd immediately exploded. An Earth-grade divine cleansing pill was actually of such a grade. It seemed that this pill could not only increase one's cultivation by 1 level, but it could also increase one's talent by 1 level. For example, if a martial artist with a 6th grade mystic body took it, his talent could reach the 7th grade, or even the 8th grade. As everyone knew, talent was the most difficult thing to improve. Even Lin Ling spent a lot of effort to improve his talent. I want this pill. Senior apprentice Sister Lu, please tell me how many divine crystals you want. 3 million divine crystals. I'll pay you in cash. One martial artist after another spoke, and their eyes were somewhat red. Not only were there geniuses, but there were also many rogue cultivators. How could they miss out on an alchemy pill that could increase their strength so much? There's no hurry. Let's wait until the alchemy battle is over. Lu Yanhong said indifferently, looking at Lin Ling, is there still a battle? He's bound to lose. Many people immediately shook their heads. There was no need to wait for any results. Even Lord Eighth shook his head and said helplessly, Lin Ling's materials are not as good as Lu Yanhong's. He only has 1 chance. In addition, the materials are so inferior. I'm afraid that even if he succeeds, it will at most be a yellow-grade divine cleansing pill. Moreover, he may not succeed. Look at the cracks on the alchemy furnace, they're getting bigger and bigger. Hearing this, Jianghu couldn't help but look at Lin Ling. He was even more worried. Lin Ling, be careful of the furnace explosion. In the crowd, the 36 Realm Kings also saw this scene and couldn't help but mock him. Lin Ling's alchemy furnace was on the verge of collapse, as if there was a huge force about to rush out. It was extremely worrying. In fact, Ancestor Dragon and the others were indeed very worried. They didn't even know if Lin Ling could succeed in refining the alchemy furnace. However, just when everyone thought that the alchemy furnace was about to shatter, a mysterious force spread out and wrapped around the alchemy furnace like a membrane. This time, the street was silent. What a powerful soul force! Lord Eighth exclaimed because Lin Ling used his soul force to wrap around the alchemy furnace to prevent it from shattering. That works too. Lu Yanhong frowned secretly. Of course, she was still not worried because Lin Ling's furnace had not exploded yet. Amazing! I didn't expect the shopkeeper of the Yulin market to be so extraordinary. As for the rogue cultivators, they didn't underestimate Lin Ling at this moment. Although Lin Ling couldn't compare to Lu Yanhong, his methods were admirable. After all, Lin Ling couldn't compare to Lu Yanhong in terms of innate talent. It was already not easy for him to reach this point. At this moment, Lin Ling's face was solemn. His soul force enveloped the entire alchemy furnace. Within the alchemy furnace, the flames turned into a barrier that constantly melted the pill. However, at this moment, what he was worried about happened. His boundary essence was being consumed very quickly. The boundary essence of 2 dantians wasn't enough. This was what he was worried about from the beginning. In fact, the God-cleansing pill wasn't difficult for him. It wasn't even comparable to the sacred body demon heart pill. However, the boundary essence required to refine the God-cleansing pill was too much. Moreover, he wasn't as rich as Lu Yanhong, who had 3 lotuses. Not good, he's going to fail. Many people also noticed that Lin Ling's boundary essence was weakening and couldn't help but sigh. Moreover, as time passed, the flames became dimmer and dimmer. Because of the lack of flames, the pill might explode in the next moment. He's lost. Voices poured into Lin Ling's ears like a demon's voice. However, his gaze became more and more focused. How could he, Li Xiaoyao, lose to a fickle junior? Chapter 2449. Call me Godfather. My realm essence, hold on a little longer. He roared in his heart. If he lost, everyone's hard work would be given to someone else. Therefore, he could not hand over the market. He glanced at Shen Yuangu'er, Gong Yongjiang, Tang Yuwei, and the others. He knew how much effort they had put in during this period of time. Lin Ling, on the other hand, had not done anything. He felt a little guilty. Boom. Unfortunately, guilt could not change the fact. Intense rumbling sounds continued to ring out, causing the dust on the street to rise into the air. The dust blocked Lin Ling's view. However, everyone was shaking their heads. They could already imagine that when the dust settled, what would appear would be a broken alchemy furnace and a regretful young man. Perhaps, the young man had made a mistake by challenging Lu Yanhong in the beginning. Lin Ling. Shen Yuanguer's eyes were red. He was unwilling to accept this result. If Lin Ling had 3 chances and a good alchemy furnace, he would definitely not lose. This was not fair. Alright, let's not waste everyone's time. The market is mine. Lord Xia laughed coldly. He stared at Shen Yuanguer and the others lustfully. However, amidst the dust, Lin Ling's expression was still solemn. He was forcefully gathering all of his world essence to prevent the flames from extinguishing. As long as the flame was not extinguished, anything was possible. Idiot, why didn't you ask me for help? At this moment, a cold voice rang in his ears. I have to say that I admire your arrogance. This time, I will help you. The cold voice rang in Lin Ling's ears. Lin Ling could not help but smile. In the next moment, a huge amount of realm essence surged into Lin Ling's body. It was as if the wind had been strengthened by the fire. The flame that was about to be extinguished was once again ignited. As long as he persevered, anything was possible. The flame was not extinguished. The people outside the dust did not know what had happened. Lu Yanhong smiled and said, I told you that when I was playing with the barrier, you were still drinking milk. At this moment, her beautiful face was somewhat ferocious. However, no one thought that she was ferocious because she was the winner. That's not necessarily true. However, just as her voice sounded, a firm voice drifted over, causing the gazes of everyone on the street to flicker. Soon after, they discovered that a slender figure was walking out from the dense dust. It was Lin Ling. At this moment, he was holding the alchemy furnace with one hand while the other hand was behind his back. Crackle, crackle. Colorful flames were still burning around the pill furnace, and they were extremely vigorous. This scene, it was as if the flame god had descended. How is this possible? Lu Yanhong's eyes widened when she sensed Lin Ling's renewed vigor. She clearly sensed that Lin Ling's boundary essence was exhausted. But why did the current Lin Ling give her an extremely powerful feeling? It was as though his boundary essence was endless. This little guy is really unfathomable. Lord Eighth was disappointed at first, but at this moment, his eyes were full of vigor. Qi Yuhu, who was beside him, let out a sigh of relief. Previously, he was secretly sweating for Lin Ling. Bang! Almost at the same time, the alchemy furnace in Lin Ling's hand was smashed to the ground. His voice was like thunder, domineering like a wild knife. That terrifying aura made the people on the street swallow their saliva. All right, don't be mysterious. Did you successfully refine your pill? After Lu Yanhong recovered from her shock, she opened her palm and a colorful spirit cleansing pill floated in her palm. This pill is an earth rank pill. No matter what waves you've caused, you've still lost. Her confident voice floated out of her mouth, causing the people around her to gradually come to their senses. Lin Ling was indeed miraculous. But so what if he succeeded? Could he compare to Lu Yanhong? Seeing Lu Yanhong's confident look, Lin Ling smiled. I'm sorry, but my luck seems to be pretty good. After saying that, he stretched out his hand and slammed the alchemy furnace on the ground. Boom! The alchemy furnace broke under the pressure, and there was a short period of silence. But in the next moment, the sky was filled with rolling winds and clouds. A divine light descended from the sky, as if summoned by a god. A pill rose from the ground, blooming with endless light. Divine light protection. Countless people raised their heads, their eyes wide open. Divine light protection was a unique symbol of awakening a divine body. Could it be that Lin Ling had refined a heaven-rank spirit cleansing pill? A spirit cleansing pill that awakens a divine body? Lord Eighth, who had been sitting, couldn't help but stand up and stare at the sky in horror. Not only can a heaven-rank spirit cleansing pill increase one's cultivation by 1 realm, it can also allow a cultivator's talent to reach the level of awakening a divine body. Ancestor Long Granny was indeed an orange-robed boundary master. At this moment, she was muttering to herself. However, this voice was like thunder, directly smashing into everyone's hearts. If a piece of trash swallowed this pill, he would become a genius of the 3 great academies in the next moment. This was a true divine pill. Plop! Lu Yanhong looked up at the pill floating in the sky and was so frightened that she sat down on the ground. Heaven rank. Heaven rank. If she remembered correctly, there was only one person in the entire Resplendent Academy who could successfully refine it. Moreover, this was something recorded in history. The most recent person who had successfully refined it was a world boundary master from the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. He had also refined it once, and at that time, it had also alarmed the entire Great Azure Divine Dynasty. However, the latter was a famous boundary master for 10,000 years. And now, the one who had successfully refined it was only a nameless young man. You've lost. Go and call him Godfather. While she was surprised, a calm voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth at the same time. Yeah, we won. After that voice, Shen Yuanguer and Tang Yuwei hugged each other, incomparably excited. Ha ha, as expected of the Lord. Falling Flowers, Flowing Water, Gong Yongjiang, and the others also hugged each other, and even their eyes were a little moist. They had put in a lot of effort into the market, and today, a powerful senior had wanted to snatch it away. But their shopkeeper had bravely stepped out and defeated those people's evil intentions. This guy is really restless. I was worried about him for nothing. In the distance, Qi Yuhu revealed a gratified smile, as if he was looking at a junior with a doting gaze. All right, let him take the marshal's seal. I won't object. Beside him, Lord Eighth smiled meaningfully, and his words made Qi Yuhu feel proud. The Martial God Battalion had a successor. At least, this lord had agreed. The entire street was looking at Lin Ling, and the sounds of discussion rose and fell one after another. Those cultivators clearly valued Lin Ling's God-cleansing pill more, and directly abandoned Lu Yanhong's pill. There were even people who directly reprimanded Lu Yanhong in order to curry favor with Lin Ling. You've lost. Accept your loss. The person who spoke was clearly not weak, so he wasn't afraid of the latter. Most importantly, although he didn't need Lin Ling's God-cleansing pill, his junior did. Moreover, Lin Ling had successfully refined it with a broken pill furnace and a single chance. What if he had better resources than Lu Yanhong? Chapter 2450. Coward. Unfortunately, the world of martial arts was cruel. The winner was king, and the loser was a bandit. If Lin Ling had lost, he would have been consigned to eternal damnation and no one would have sympathized with him. But now that Lu Yanhong had lost, no one would sympathize with her. After all, not everyone was lustful. Not to mention, Lu Yanhong was such a filthy woman that most martial artists disdained her. One was an earth-tier pill with its light soaring into the sky. The other was a heaven-tier divine pill with its divine light protecting its body. The difference between the two was clear at a glance. Moreover, divine pills were very powerful. For example, if a heaven-tier divine pill was placed in Lin Ling's world, it could cause the entire world to collapse with its divine light protecting its body. Master Xia still did not seem to believe the truth. However, how could he lose face like this? He wanted to renege on his debt, but unfortunately, a dignified voice sounded in his ears. It was 8th Jew. Xia Ren, you seem to have lost. Master Xia's body trembled, and his old face was filled with anger. He hated Lin Ling to death, so he could only walk towards Lu Yanhong. Lu Yanhong's heart was like dead ashes. She knew that not only 8th Jew, but the people around her were also on Lin Ling's side. Therefore, she knelt down and kowtowed. After standing up, she hesitated for a long time and stared at Master Xia. Finally, she took a step forward, hugged Master Xia, and kissed him on his wrinkled face. Godfather. Everyone heard those sweet words. Haha, Godfather, that's so mushy. I have goosebumps. I want to be a godfather too. Master Xia is old, but his heart is not. After a short silence, the street burst into laughter. The sound made Lu Yanhong want to dig a hole and hide in it. Of course, Master Xia was the same. He could imagine what kind of ridicule he would receive when he returned to the Resplendent Academy. Then, Master Xia looked at Lin Ling and said with a smile, Your name is Lin Ling, right? Not bad at all. In time, you'll become a dragon. As soon as he finished speaking, he recognized the jade bottle in his hand. He was willing to accept his loss. Of course, although his words sounded like praise, they were actually filled with killing intent. Thank you for your kind words, Master Xia. Lin Ling didn't seem to notice the killing intent. He smiled faintly and took the drifting spirit fox flame. Although this flame hadn't reached the level of awakening a godly body, it was enough for his flames of time and space to level up again. Thank you. Lin Ling mumbled to himself. The person he was thanking was Queen Qianji. If she hadn't helped Lin Ling with her boundary essence, Lin Ling might not have succeeded. TSK, Lin Ling, well done. At this moment, Ancestor Dragon Granny looked at Lin Ling and could not help but laugh. Xia Ren had obviously come prepared. Originally, he wanted to seize Lin Ling's market, but in the end, Lin Ling turned the tide and turned defeat into victory. Not only did he defeat Xia Ren's scheme, but he also helped advertise for the market. Right now, no one doubted the Yulin market anymore, and their business would be even better in the future. We've won. Shen Yuanguer and the others smiled as they walked towards Lin Ling. They had finally passed through this great calamity. Although they knew that Lin Ling's growth was very fast, the ones who came today were the former first-generation Master Xia and Senior Zhang Wen. These powerhouses were not people that Lin Ling could deal with at present. Therefore, it was obviously not easy for him to pass through this calamity safely. It's not over yet. Lin Ling smiled as he looked at them. However, he quickly said something that stunned Shen Yuanguer and the others. Then they all reacted. Sure enough, the 36 World Kings smiled and said, Lin Ling, you and I have agreed to fight. Today, you won't run away, right? Agreed to fight? Shen Yuanguer and the others' eyes narrowed. Last time, the 36 World Kings did not ask for any reason and suppressed Lin Ling. Now, they had agreed to fight with Lin Ling? This was too overbearing. 36 World Kings. Last time you came looking for trouble. It's obvious to all. Do you have the nerve to say that this is an agreed to fight? Tang Yue immediately said. Tang Yue, it's none of your business. The 36 World Kings coldly shouted. He stared at Lin Ling and said, Do you only know how to hide behind a woman? Coward. His last words were a roar that spread throughout the entire street. He called Lin Ling a coward. He wanted to see if Lin Ling had the face to bear this infamy. How arrogant. There are so many powerhouses here and he dares to curse Lin Ling. The expressions of the surrounding people changed. The rogue cultivators who were on Lin Ling's side also frowned. This was an agreed to fight. Although they wanted to help Lin Ling, it was obviously impossible. He's a coward. In my opinion, he should have handed over the spirit-drifting fox flame. Cowards can't obtain treasures. As a man, he only knows how to hide behind a woman. Why should such a man learn martial arts? Trash. At this moment, Luo Lu and the others also laughed coldly. They were gloating and adding insult to injury. Of course, when they were mocking, they also quietly glanced at Lord Eighth in the distance. When they saw him smiling without saying a word, they were even more certain that Lord Eighth would not appear. As for Ancestor Dragon Granny, with Master Xia around, there was no need to fear her. As a disciple of the Resplendent Academy and a martial god genius of the Myriad Realms, you should set an example. Since you agreed to fight, you shouldn't refuse. Lin Ling, I'm very disappointed in you. Senior Zhang Wen said righteously. He was also looking for an opportunity to step on Lin Ling. In the past, when he presided over the talent assessment, Lin Ling had made him lose a large number of divine crystals. Therefore, he hated Lin Ling to the bone. Trash, coward, say something. Yuan Yian also spoke. He had finally found an opportunity to step on Lin Ling. As for White Bird, the Moonlight Swordsman, and the others, they sneered. They couldn't compare to Lin Ling, but they also wanted to see Lin Ling lose face. Senior Zhang Wen, you should stop talking nonsense. Lin Ling is the last generation, and the 36 Realm Kings are the third generation. Do you think the battle between the two of them is fair? Why don't you let Lin Ling become the third generation before the agreed battle? Hearing those mocking words, the Shen Yuanguer felt very uncomfortable. It was even more uncomfortable than being scolded. She immediately retorted. When these words came out, the street also became silent. Indeed, was the battle between the last generation and the third generation fair? Coward, do you dare or not? The 36 Realm King naturally didn't want to be entangled in this topic. He took a step forward and a powerful aura erupted, suppressing Lin Ling. Last time, Lin Ling wasn't his opponent. Just this alone was enough for him to be proud in front of Lin Ling. Now, Lin Ling could either leave with the name of a coward or fight. It was hard to choose. There weren't many paths left for Lin Ling. Lin Ling, ignore them. Let's go back. Ancestor Long Granny hurriedly stood in front of Lin Ling and coldly stared at those people. The other party had Xia Ran, so she couldn't reprimand the 36 realm kings as a senior. Haha, coward, get lost. Seeing this, Yuanian laughed the loudest, as if he was elated. You don't dare to fight? Fine, from now on, you have to take a detour when you see me. Now get lost. The 36 realm king's long hair fluttered as he spoke indifferently. He glanced at Lu Yanhong as if to tell her that he had already regained face for her. Moreover, this wasn't the last time. In the future, every time he saw Lin Ling, he would bully him. Get lost. Chapter 2451. Joining forces to suppress Lin Ling. How disgraceful. The surrounding martial artists shook their heads. Lin Ling's world enchantments were very good, but unfortunately, world enchantments didn't represent one's strength. Now, they could only watch as Lin Ling rolled away. However, everyone thought that Lin Ling would roll away, but Lin Ling still didn't move. This caused the 36 World King to frown. This Lin Ling wasn't listening to him? He immediately wanted to reprimand Lin Ming. Did I agree not to fight? However, before he could finish his sentence, Lin Ling's indifferent voice drifted out. He agreed. The surrounding martial artists couldn't believe their ears. They had clearly seen Lin Ling's strength when he was refining the divine pill. He was at the 4th level of the World King realm. As for the 36 World Kings, they were at the 7th level of the World King realm. The two of them weren't even on the same level. Even the 36 World King was incomparably shocked. Although Lin Ling's boundary had risen, he still didn't place him in his eyes. This was because last time, Lin Ling had been inferior to him. Good. A martial god genius of resplendent academy should be like this. Grandmaster Xia pondered for a moment and then immediately spoke out, blocking off Lin Ling's path of retreat. He couldn't wait for Lin Ling to agree. A battle between martial god geniuses. If you want to fight, then let's have a life or death battle. Then, Grandmaster Xia made the final decision. It was clear that he wished that Lin Ling would die in this battle. A life or death battle, this is too ruthless. A massive uproar immediately spread through the streets. Ancestor Dragon Granny and Shen Yuan Guer's pupils shrank. They quickly looked towards Lin Ling, not understanding why Lin Ling would agree to this battle. The road of martial arts is to bravely move forward, constantly eliminating opponents. If I refuse this battle, then it will be detrimental to my road of martial arts. Lin Ling looked at them and shook his head. Ancestor Dragon Granny and the others smiled bitterly. If that was the case, they would not be able to stop it. In the distance, Lord Eighth nodded slightly. This Lin Ling has the valiant heart of a warrior. Can he win this battle? This question was obviously directed at Qi Yuhu. However, Qi Yuhu shook his head. He didn't have much confidence in himself, but since things had come to this, he could only wait and see. And on the entire street, countless people were looking at the 36 World Kings and Lin Ling. For a time, they began to seethe with excitement. I wonder how this battle between the last generation and the third generation will end? At this moment, Lin Ling didn't pay attention to the voices around him. Instead, he said, of course, before we fight, I also want to challenge a few people. Yuan Ian, Luo Lu, God Qian, how about a fight? The 36 World Kings were still mocking Lin Ling for overestimating himself, but as soon as they heard Lin Ling's voice, their pupils shrank. They immediately quieted down. Lin Ling was the previous champion of the assessment. His strength was terrifying. How could they be his match? I refuse. Soon, Yuan Ian coldly said, you are the champion of the assessment and we are all inferior to you. This battle is fair, so there is no point in fighting. Then, when I fight the 36 World Kings, he is the third generation and I am the last generation. Is this a fair battle? Lin Ling opposed him with equal harshness. Hearing this, Yuan Ian felt as if he had been ruthlessly slapped in the face. He couldn't refute. We are both martial god geniuses of the Resplendent Academy. If we don't even dare to fight, then how can we talk about martial arts? However, Lin Ling's aura was like an unsheathed sword, tightly pressing against him. What an arrogant youth. The surrounding people secretly nodded. When Lin Ling was silent, they thought that Lin Ling was enduring humiliation. But they didn't expect that Lin Ling wasn't enduring humiliation. Instead, he was accumulating strength to launch a fatal counterattack. Luo Lu, God Qian, weren't you very talkative before? Now let's fight. Lin Ling's expression was cold as he spoke again. Pah! Luo Lu and the others also took a step back. Many people shook their heads in disdain. These people were really spineless. White Bird, Moonlight Swordsman, I know that you are also unhappy with me. Then, I will also give you a chance to fight. Come. Lin Ling looked at White Bird and the others. Unfortunately, they gritted their teeth and lowered their heads. Cowards! Lin Ling returned what they had said to him with interest. Cowards! The entire street was filled with Lin Ling's domineering voice, causing countless echoes. Seeing this, Ancestor Dragon and the others laughed. Although Lin Ling wasn't as good as the third generation, in the last generation, who else could be better than him? Seeing Lin Ling rise again and suppress the people on his side, the 36 Realm King's eyes were cold. He wanted to reprimand Lin Ling, but at this time, Lin Ling's voice floated out. 36 Realm King, I know that you want to kill me, but you don't have to rush. Before that, let me fight these people. Moreover, they can join forces. His meaning was clear. If you want me to fight, fine, but Lin Ling wants to fight Luo Lu and the others first. Most importantly, Luo Lu and the others could join forces. Join forces? I don't care. When Luo Lu and the others heard this, it was as if they had been humiliated. They raised their heads and shouted angrily. They were from the same batch of martial god geniuses, but if they had to join forces to fight Lin Ling, then even if they won, others would laugh at them. Fight. However, the 36 Realm King forced them to fight. He said indifferently, don't worry, with me here he can't touch you. Moreover, he can't win against you. At this critical moment, Senior Brother 36 Realm King must protect us. Yuanian was still worried, but as he saw the 36 Realm King nod his head, he finally relaxed. Good, I will fight. Lin Ling, I originally disdained joining forces with you, but I can't stand your arrogance. Luo Lu, Great Divinity Qian, and the others also nodded. In truth, they were all at the 5th level of the World King realm. If they joined forces, they should be able to kill Lin Ling. Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't care about their confidence at all. He looked at White Bird and said, White Bird, what about you? If you don't dare, then call yourselves cowards and I will spare your lives. Of course, from now on, if you see me, make a detour. Lin Ling, don't go too far. I will accompany you. White Bird was a genius of the heavenly court. How could he suffer such humiliation? Thus, he also participated in this battle. As for the Moonlight Swordsman, he was constantly hesitating. In truth, if it weren't for his master reminding him not to provoke Lin Ling, he really would have fought. But he had to listen to his master's words. And his master was one of the 10 great sword immortals of the Azure province. He had heard the suggestion of another sword immortal, so he had told him not to provoke Lin Ling. As for the other sword immortal, he was the master of the Falling Flower Flowing Water Sword. I am a coward. The Moonlight Swordsman lowered his head. Although he had to follow his master's instructions, the Moonlight Swordsman still felt that he had lost all face by calling himself a coward. He couldn't raise his head anymore. You really are a coward. If you had fought, then there would have been no first place in our batch of martial god geniuses. Unfortunately, you are afraid. White Bird disdainfully said and then flew into the sky. The Moonlight Swordsman tightly gripped his sword as if he had suffered a great humiliation. If he had fought, then perhaps this would have been his most dazzling moment. Unfortunately, he didn't fight. Then, as he watched Luo Lu and the others fly into the sky, he felt regret in his heart. He shouldn't have listened to his master's words. Lin Ling, get up here. Let us see how strong you are as first place. Chapter 2452. Catch them all in one fell swoop. These 4 people were Luo Lu, God Qian, White Bird, and Yuan. On the ground, everyone raised their heads with a solemn expression. Although Lin Ling was first in the assessment, he had to fight 4 people at once, and none of them were easy to deal with. It would be difficult for Lin Ling to win. This arrogant guy, I don't know why he made such a decision. In the crowd, Blue Enchantress, Yu Linglong, and the other martial god geniuses who took the assessment together frowned. Because they knew that during this period of time, Whitebird and the rest's strength had greatly increased. Then they looked at Lin Ling, only to find that Lin Ling's expression was very calm. Under the worries of Shen Yuanguer and the rest, he walked towards the sky step by step. The entire process was as calm as an ancient well, as unmoving as a mountain. They had no choice but to be convinced by such courage. But this is a battle of life and death. Then, Lin Ling's voice drifted out. Nonsense. Do you think we're free? Luo Lu and the rest immediately shouted in anger. They were high and mighty, like gods descending to the mortal world. At this moment, they were whispering, discussing how to kill Lin Ling. This caused their confidence to grow stronger and stronger. Lin Ling smiled and continued to walk forward. In fact, he had long wanted to catch them all in one fell swoop, cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots. Therefore, he had invited these people to fight and pretended to be weak in order to make them fall into a trap. Lin Ling, the former first in 2 assessments, powerful, very powerful. Unfortunately, you're going to die here today. When Lin Ling appeared in the sky, Luo Lu immediately clapped his hands as if he was praising Lin Ling. However, before he could finish speaking, Whitebird had already attacked. They had obviously discussed a plan to kill Lin Ling with the momentum of a storm. Whitebird World. There was a deafening sound of birds chirping, and the whitebirds turned into humans. Countless whitebirds flew in the sky, extremely beautiful, but it caused many people's expressions to change drastically. Because those whitebirds were suppressing the terrifying power of the world's essence, and upon contact, they would explode. These whitebirds could even easily destroy a world. How despicable! Many people immediately cursed. It was one thing to join forces, but to launch a sneak attack? The title of martial god genius had been completely lost by them. The winner dies, and the loser is a bandit. What sneak attack is this? In the sky, Yuan Yi, and seemed to have heard someone's dissatisfaction. He smiled faintly and attacked as well. However, Great God Qian was even faster than him. The majestic flames transformed into an arrow and shot out with devastating force. 50% of his world essence erupted. Furthermore, this was no longer the power of an entire world. Instead, it was the power born from his Dantian's world spirit. It was extremely powerful. This sword strike could obliterate any 5th stage world king. It was because he condensed all of his realm essence, going all out. Shaju! Boom! Boom! Luo Lu took advantage of his victory to pursue and attack. He unleashed his ultimate skill, which was an advanced 2nd-grade martial art. Dark clouds covered the sky as a terrifying sandstorm arrived, engulfing everything. The warriors on the ground exclaimed in surprise. He was indeed worthy of being the strongest genius in the assessment. His strength was terrifying. Haha, Lin Ling die! As Yuan Ian attacked, he let out a ferocious roar. Lin Ling shouldn't have thought that they would suddenly attack. The current Lin Ling wouldn't be able to react in time. Not bad, not bad. On the ground, Grandmaster Xia, Lu Yanhong, and even the 36 world kings sneered. Lin Ling, how arrogant. Let's see how arrogant you can be. Now, you should be regretting it. They could already imagine how Lin Ling would be torn to shreds. But, would the result be like this? The answer was obviously no. Boom. Boom. Turbulent power erupted, causing the sky to explode. It was as if the world was collapsing. But at this time, a mysterious aura also filled the air. It was like a god, like a demon. Among the countless white birds, a figure fearlessly rushed forward. He was constantly pushed back by the countless white birds, but that figure still bravely rushed forward. It was Lin Ling. His speed was very fast. Even if he was injured, he still wanted to rush forward. He was getting closer and closer to the white bird. The most terrifying thing was that Lin Ling actually found the true body of the white bird among the tens of thousands of white birds. With a single punch, he punched out with devastating force. What? The white bird's eyes widened. Lin Ling was actually risking his life. Boom! The punch hit the gorgeous white bird flying in the sky, causing countless people to gulp. They didn't know what had happened. There's no power of realm essence. That punch shouldn't have much lethality. Someone muttered, "Ka ka ka." But at this time, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. The flying white bird's bones were broken inch by inch, and it turned back into the white bird's original appearance. This! The crowd on the street exploded. That punch was actually so powerful? The white bird also didn't expect Lin Ling's punch to be so terrifying. But he had already lost the power to fight. The strongest genius in the past assessment seemed to be unable to withstand a single blow. Lin Ling appeared in front of him and said softly. Then he punched out again. It was as if his punch could break through 10,000 worlds. What? You? Everyone heard the white bird's panicked voice. It was extremely panicked. Many people even wanted to know why the white bird was panicking. What exactly was he trying to say? But it was all too late. Lin Ling killed the white bird with a single punch. How terrifying was his current godly devil body? It had already reached the mystic body level. He probably didn't even need to use 30% of his strength to kill the white bird. The terrifying fist was like the fist of a godly devil. It had already appeared in front of the white bird's eyes. At this moment, he was extremely regretful. Because what Lin Ling said to him before was very simple. The Demon Guardian Master was killed by me. The Demon Guardian Master was the third generation of the Resplendent Academy. His strength was comparable to the 36 World Kings. But now, he was killed by Lin Ling. This meant that Lin Ling's strength was stronger than the 36 World Kings. Therefore, he knew that he had been tricked. He didn't expect Lin Ling to surpass him so much in such a short period of time. Moreover, everyone had been tricked. Lin Ling wanted to kill them all in one fell swoop. He had wanted to say this before, but unfortunately, he didn't say it in the end. Boom! That punch directly exploded him. Countless feathers fell from the sky, causing the faces of the people on the street to turn solemn. The strongest genius in the previous assessment had died in front of their eyes. The white bird is dead. Yuanyan's face was filled with fear. Killing the white bird with a single punch was clearly beyond his imagination. Why are you afraid of him? He's risking his life. However, Great God Qian's voice soon drifted out, causing Yuanyan to be shocked. This was because he also saw that Lin Ling was riddled with wounds. Indeed, Lin Ling was risking his life. Therefore they still had a chance. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but become excited. Sacrificing the white bird to kill Lin Ling was not bad at all. As for Great God Qian and Luo Lu, it was the same. Lin Ling was a great enemy of their commandery. It was very suitable for them to kill Lin Ling. Moreover, after returning to their commandery, they would become heroes of their commandery. After all, many of the geniuses of the two commanderies had died in the hands of Lin Ling. They had ended the legend of Lin Ling. Chapter 2453. It would be better to die than admit defeat. Great God Qian. Facing Great God Qian, who he was not familiar with, Lin Ling's anger erupted like a volcano. It was because of Great God Qian and Luo Li's arrest warrant that Sun Yener had died in the Rising Sun boundary. Hence, he wanted to kill these two people the most. Hence, he had set a trap for these two people to jump into. He would not let them live past today. Rumble! The raging flames turned into an arrow and shot towards Lin Ling. It was Great God Qian's fatal attack. Lin Ling! Xian Yuanguer and the rest were secretly worried for Lin Ling. Lin Ling had suffered from White Bird's fatal attack, and now he had to face the flame arrow. It would be difficult for Lin Ling to face it. That is Tating Prefecture's Sun Arrow. Although Great God Qian did not use the essence of it, it should not be underestimated. In the crowd, some ancient martial art practitioners mumbled. Boom! That arrow was indeed terrifying as it pierced through Lin Ling's body. The street instantly fell silent. As for Great God Qian and the other two people in the sky, they were stunned. Then, they laughed maniacally because Lin Ling was dead. You are too inexperienced to play with fire. Have you forgotten that I have an awakened divine body? However, in the next moment, a figure was reborn from the flames. Although he still looked injured, his aura was still majestic. If it was not Lin Ling, who else could it be? He shot towards Great God Qian like a shooting star, causing the smile on Great God Qian's face to freeze as his eyes widened. That's right. He had forgotten that Lin Ling had an awakened divine body. Moreover, it was a flame that was stronger than his fire talent. He had used fire to attack Lin Ling, but what was the effect? It could not even compare to White Bird's attack. Sun Yener died because of you. Even if you turn into ashes, I will not let you off. Lin Ling's voice was filled with boundless anger. It turned into a terrifying punch and landed in front of Great God Qian. Lin Ling, wait. Great God Qian's face was pale. Just like White Bird, he was filled with endless regret. Boom. Regret couldn't change anything. They thought that they could kill Lin Ling together, but they didn't know that if Lin Ling wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. Boom. Boom. Just as Great God Qian died, a sandstorm surged from the sky. It was as if it came from the chaos of the universe, enveloping Lin Ling from every angle. As for Lin Ling, he was instantly enveloped. There was no way to block it, no way to defend against it. This time, he should be dead. Yuan Ian knew that the sandstorm was Luo Li's attack. It should be able to kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling could block the attack of one genius, but what about 2 or 3? He turned his head to look and immediately discovered that Luo Li's face was extremely pale. He was actually flying off into the distance. He was running away. Luo Li didn't seem to be very confident in himself. Boom. As expected, the sandstorm immediately exploded. A figure shot towards Luo Li like a killing god. It was Lin Ling. Run. Run to the ends of the earth. You will die. Lin Ling's cold voice rang in Luo Li's ears, causing his body to tremble violently. In fact, he had run away previously because he suddenly remembered that Lin Ling had an awakened divine body. He could protect himself with divine light and his defense was extremely terrifying. Therefore, he didn't think that he could kill Lin Ling. Let's sit down and talk. I admit that I was wrong. I hope that you will give me a chance. Luo Li said in a panic as he flew. You don't have any chance. Sun Yener is dead. Even if the Lord of the Commandery comes, he won't be able to protect you. No one in this world can protect you. Unfortunately, Lin Ling was overflowing with killing intent. He was domineering. For Sun Yener, who had called him master. Therefore, Lin Ling would eliminate whoever came to save Luo Li. If the Commandery dared to come, he would eliminate the Commandery. When Luo Li heard Lin Ling's ruthless words, his face turned even paler. At this moment, his heart was dead. What an arrogant young man. On the street, many people cried out in surprise. Lin Ling was determined to kill. If God blocked him, he would kill God. If Buddha blocked him, he would kill Buddha. Boom. And that was indeed the case. Luo Li was killed by Lin Ling. Among the 4 strongest geniuses, only the weakest, Yuan Ian, was left. This man from the Dayuan mansion was dumbfounded. He stood motionless in the sky. He recalled his previous encounter with Lin Ling at the inn. At that time, Lin Ling had humiliated him. During the assessment, Lin Ling had defeated him again. He was not reconciled. He wanted to trample on Lin Ling. Unfortunately, he now knew that he could not afford to offend Lin Ling. At the same time, Lin Ling appeared in front of Yuan Ian. He looked at Yuan Ian like a god of death. Yuan Ian quickly looked down at the ground. His eyes fell on the 36 world kings because the latter had promised to protect him. However, the 36 world kings did not move. They stood on the ground like heroes of a generation. Their indifferent eyes were like water in an ancient well. This made Yuan Ian feel as if his heart had been struck by lightning. There is no need to look. You are only here to test my strength. To put it bluntly, you are men of sacrifice. Lin Ling directly said the truth. The 4 of them were indeed men of sacrifice. They were here to test Lin Ling's strength. Lin Ling, I admit defeat. Yuan Ian realized this and immediately felt very sad. What was ridiculous was that he had spoken up for the 36 world kings and called Lin Ling a coward. He had obviously helped the wrong person. I admit defeat. Everyone has heard it. Yuan Ian anxiously shouted at the ground. Then he flew towards the ground. Admit defeat? Is there anyone who admits defeat in this battle? Worthy of being called a coward. However, the martial artists on the ground sneered again and again. This made Yuan Ian's expression extremely awkward. However, the ground was getting closer and closer to his eyes. He seemed to be able to survive. Unfortunately, this was just wishful thinking. The 4 of them had joined forces to kill Lin Ling. They had even launched a sneak attack. Now that they were about to fail, did they really think that they could get away with it just because they admitted defeat? Lin Ling was not that stupid. Just as Yuan Yan's foot was about to touch the ground, a palm seemed to come from the void and suddenly grasped his neck. Yuan Yan was only one step away from the ground. Unfortunately, this short step was very far away. Moreover, the door to life had already closed, leaving him with the door to hell. Admit defeat? Better die. He heard the last words of his life. The next moment, his head exploded. Admit defeat? Better die. That sentence was also on the ground. It floated out majestically, causing all the nearby streets to be silent. The four of them joined forces to fight Lin Ling. However, in less than half an hour, they were all wiped out. Lin Ling's methods could be said to be the momentum of a storm. From this point of view, it could also be said that among the martial gods in this world, Lin Ling was invincible. Far away on the street, the moonlight swordsman sat on the ground with a plop. His face was very pale. It was the kind of paleness that came from surviving a disaster. Previously, he regretted not joining the battle. Now, he was glad that he did not join the battle. Because if he had joined the battle, he, the moonlight swordsman, would have been among the dead. Master, you're right. The moonlight swordsman muttered to himself. Then, he looked at Falling Flower's flowing water sword. At this moment, he kowtowed to the latter a few times. Because the person who had warned his master was Falling Flower's flowing water sword's master. Chapter 2454. 30 years in the East. 30 years in the West. Up until now, his master and Falling Flower Flowing Sword's master had been Qing Province's 10 great sword immortals. Thus, he had constantly bullied Falling Flower Flowing Sword. But at this moment, he suddenly felt admiration for the latter. And that gaze was naturally noticed by Falling Flower Flowing Sword. He faintly smiled and suddenly felt a sense of pride in his heart. This was because all of this was brought about by Lord Lin Ling. His gaze was filled with worship as he stared at Lin Ling. In fact, the entire street was staring at Lin Ling. Even Blue Enchantress's eyes were filled with worship. Pa pa pa. But at this time, the crisp sound of a slap suddenly rang out. Not bad at all. No wonder you're so much more powerful than them. Now it's our turn to fight. 36 World King walked out, his face full of smiles and confidence. Come up. Lin Ling also smiled and stepped into the sky. At this moment, his blue robe was as mysterious as the clouds in the sky. 36 World King's eyes immediately flashed. Lin Ling had fought before, yet he was still so confident? He simply didn't know that death was at hand. He sneered and said, "Who told you to be faster than me?" The earth suddenly shook. Vines rushed into the sky as if they were carrying a king. They carried 36 World King towards the sky and arrived a step faster than Lin Ling. He clearly didn't want to be weaker than Lin Ling in terms of momentum. Most importantly, he believed that Lin Ling was already a dead man. You fought to the death before and were riddled with scars. I don't know where you get the confidence to fight again. 36 World King indifferently said as he stood on the vines. He could also see that Lin Ling's strength had increased a lot. That was why he was able to kill those four. Using other people's lives to test me, you are very hypocritical. Lin Ling also appeared in the sky at this moment and slowly drew his sword. The winner dies, and the loser is a bandit. This principle applies everywhere. Therefore, not only did I use them to test you, I also used them to exhaust you. Now that you are seriously injured, I don't know how you can win. 36 Realm King extended his left hand and made an inviting gesture. Of course, even if you were at your peak, you still wouldn't be able to defeat me. Green Sumeru Devil Thunder. Rumble. Following his voice, countless vines rose from the ground and swayed upwards. Green lightning twined around the sky, terrifying to the extreme. On the ground below, the expressions of everyone changed drastically. 36 World Kings were the world lords that controlled 36 great worlds. They were young but their strength had reached an unfathomable level. As for Lin Ming, his strength was at the 7th stage of the World King realm. Although his talent was inferior to Lin Ling's, his boundary made up for the disparity in talent. Moreover, Lin Ling seemed to be seriously injured. It was even harder for him to win. Perhaps the 36 Realm Kings were afraid of Lin Ling's divine light protecting his body, so they sent White Bird and the others to exhaust Lin Ling. It had to be said that the 36 Realm Kings were truly despicable. Unfortunately, at this time, No matter how despicable they were, who could stop them? On the ground, Grandmaster Xia and Lu Yanhong's eyes flashed with a cold light. When Lin Ling had killed 4 people, they hadn't cared at all. This was because they knew that this was the most critical battle. Lin Ling was absolutely not a match for the 36 realm kings. Even 8th Baron, Ancestor Dragon Granny, and the others believed this. Their eyes were filled with worry, helplessness, and disappointment. Of course, if they knew what Lin Ling was doing at Rising Sun World, they wouldn't think this way. Lin Ling, in truth, how many of my moves do you think you can block? In this moment of absolute silence, the 36 realm kings laughed out loud. This was an insolent laughter. 1 sword. His long hair danced in the wind. Lin Ling lightly spat out these words, causing everyone's pupils to tremble. 1 sword? Lin Ling was still as confident as before. Haha, with just you? The 36 realm kings laughed even louder. At the same time, the vines beneath his feet shot towards Lin Ling like countless tentacles, a massive amount of monster thunder wreaking havoc within. I know that you have a divine light protecting your body, but this sort of advantage only applies to martial artists at the same boundary who are weaker than you. Against me, it's useless. I want to see just how many of my moves your divine light can block. Pop pop pop. With this sound, countless vines pierced through the skies like lightning, their momentum terrifying. Lin Ling. My lord. On the ground below, Xianxia and the others couldn't hold back any longer. They loudly shouted out. In fact, Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword and the others wished they could rush into the skies and help Lin Ling. With 8th Baron here, I want to see just who dares to stop this battle. But just as they were about to move, Grandmaster Xia angrily shouted out. He actually brought out 8th Baron. Like this, Ancestor Dragon Granny and the others couldn't do anything. Lin Ling is only at the 4th level of the World King realm. He won't be able to block this. The people on the streets secretly sighed. They could already see Lin Ling being torn to shreds. Even the red jade tiger's eyes flashed. He almost couldn't help but rush into the skies. But at this time, 8th Baron's eyes brightened. He stopped him and solemnly said, "Wait a moment. Things seem to have changed." At this time, the skies seemed to turn into a world of monster thunder. Vines crisscrossed the skies, blocking out the world. But soon, a sword appeared in a dazzling light. It was like a sword god had descended, cutting down all. Before, Lin Ling had only used his divinity and demon body. But now, he had finally used his sword. Moreover, he erupted with 80% of his strength. Shwa! The sword shot out like water, dazzling and dazzling. The thunder was cut apart, the vines were cut apart, causing the streets to fall into a deathly silence. Many people even saw that blue-robed youth seem to be dancing in the skies. That ancient sword could be said to be vast and mighty, filled with the might of a tiger. How is this possible? Grandmaster Xia was shocked, his heart pounding. This was too strange. Lin Ling was only at the 4th stage of the World King realm. It was impossible for him to block the attack of a 7th stage World King. Even the 36 World King's eyes widened. He shook his head, as if he had seen the most terrifying thing in his life. This was because if he didn't remember wrong, Lin Ling hadn't been so calm when facing this attack last time. Unfortunately, even if he shook his head, he still couldn't change reality. 36 World King, are you surprised? Last time, you were so overbearing and magnificent, fighting me to a standstill. But now, have you not discovered that your attacks have become much weaker? On the other side, Lin Ling slowly walked forwards. His sword was extremely sharp, constantly cutting apart the vines. And at this time, the power of world essence gushed out from his 2 dantians, sweeping away everything in its path. This was because this power of world essence had already reached the strength of the 7th stage of the World King realm. Moreover, the tyrant song sword had reached the 9th grade, increasing his world essence by 90%. This meant that Lin Ling's world essence strength had nearly reached the 8th stage of the World King realm. In addition to the divine light protecting his body. To put it bluntly, to him, the 36 World Kings were nothing more than ants. He could step on them however he wanted to. The river flows east for 30 years and then west for 30 years. Have you ever thought that you would have such a day? The entire sky was filled with Lin Ling's indifferent voice. It was like thunder, crashing into everyone's hearts. Xian Yuanguer and the others all gripped their fists in excitement. Chapter 2455. A sword breaks thunder. In the past, Lin Ling had been bitterly battling the 36 world kings. But today, it seemed as if the Lin Ling was already suppressing them. Time changed everything, especially for monstrous geniuses. Wherever they fell, they would stand up from there. In particular, Lin Ling, who had been hunted down by assassins at Rising Sun World, had undergone a metamorphosis. This moment belonged to him. Bang! All of the vines and thunder in the sky were chopped to pieces by the sword, as weak as tofu. As for the 36 world king, his complexion was extremely pale. The changes in this battle had far surpassed his imagination. He simply couldn't understand how Lin Ling, who had been weak a moment ago, had become so powerful now. How did his defeated opponent in the past become so mysterious today? Thunder drawing art. He roared, causing winds and clouds to gather in the skies. Dark clouds gathered and millions of demonic thunders condensed. The last time Lin Ling faced this move, he wouldn't have been able to win unless he erupted with the space-time divine steel. Would it be the same this time? Lin Ling, don't point fingers at me. Die for me! The 36 world king angrily roared towards the heavens. He was like the finger of a god, ruthlessly pointing at Lin Ling. In the skies, millions of thunderbolts condensed, turning into the lightning of thunder punishment that came crashing down. Seeing this, the entire street fell silent. They could see that the 36 world king had erupted with his strongest ultimate skill. This was because this was already a third-grade world origin martial art. Very good, very good. To be able to make me erupt with 90% of my strength, 36 world king, even if you die, it will be a glorious death. But just as everyone thought that Lin Ling would use his full strength, an indifferent voice floated through the skies, causing countless people to gulp. When had they ever seen such a proud last generation? Let him be strong. A cool breeze brushed past the hills. So what if you are a third generation? You are arrogant and overbearing, but I am even more arrogant and overbearing. I despise you. Die! The 36 world king's voice was laced with madness. He didn't believe that Lin Ling was so fierce. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't speak. He sneered, holding the ancient sword horizontally. No one could see through his sword. It was as if his sword was pointing into the distance. But at this moment, a huge Xian character appeared. Like a sword array, it shot towards the lightning in the sky to destroy it. With his current strength, he really didn't have to worry much when facing the lightning draw technique. The reason why Lin Ling hadn't killed the 36 realm kings at the start was because he wanted to catch them all in one fell swoop. Secondly, he wanted to let the 36 world kings know of this enormous contrast. Rumble. The word Xian was dazzling and brilliant. Was he really that weak to Lin Ling? Ka ka ka. Finally, with a wry smile on his face, cracks appeared all over his body before he finally exploded. Countless bolts of monster thunder shot out, finally disappearing into the skies. Radiant Academy's third-generation 36 world king had been defeated. Moreover, anyone could see that he had been completely crushed. There had been no hope of victory throughout the entire process. Even when the strongest divine thunder descended, Lin Ling had broken it apart with a single sword strike. This massive contrast left everyone on the street feeling as if it were unreal. In particular, those martial artists who had personally witnessed the battle between the two felt that it was even more unreal. Everyone who had challenged Lin Ling had been killed. He's dead. The 36 world king is truly trash. Grandmaster Xia and Lu Yanhong's lungs were about to explode from anger. They had been looking forward to this outcome, but this was the result they had received. How infuriating! Ancestor Dragon Granny looked at them with a mocking gaze. Then, she stared at the youth walking down and said in a dignified voice, "His strength can be ranked in the third generation." As these words fell, falling flour and flowing water felt their hearts shake. Lin Ling had passed the examination with them, and now, they were still striving for the status of being the last generation. But, Lin Ling had actually entered the third generation. What a freak! Just how did this fellow cultivate? At this speed, I fear it won't be difficult for him to enter Three Ring City. They spoke out one after another. Even the Moonlight Swordsmen joined in. The current him had no choice but to accept this result. How strange. He is clearly at the 4th stage of the World King realm, but he can erupt with the strength of a 7th stage world essence. Just what sort of arcane skill did he cultivate to increase his strength? How come I've never heard of this arcane skill before? Could it be the pre-celestial sovereign essence art? But that arcane skill can only increase one's strength by 2 boundaries. Even Lord 8 and Red Jade Tiger whispered to each other. At this time, they also felt that they couldn't see through Lin Ling. Then, as Lin Ling landed on the street, they couldn't help but laugh. And all around the street, a massive amount of cheers sounded out. He is truly worthy of being a martial god genius of Radiant Academy. His strength in jumping ranks to challenge others can be called heaven-defying. Chapter 2456. Strength Breakthrough. Little friend Lin, as long as your rainforest market is open, I won't come here to buy things. Those rogue cultivators said politely. Lin Ling's barrier was powerful and he was strong. They naturally wanted to build a relationship with such a junior. As for the last generation candidates, their eyes were filled with worship. They took Lin Ling as their role model and looked forward to the future. Rainforest Market, not only did it not close down, it used this opportunity to rise up. I'm so angry. The other market owners' faces were dark, as if they had eaten flies. They left with their tails between their legs. Of course, Master Xia and the others were the same. They disappeared without a trace like stray dogs. Thank you for everyone's support. Today, all the treasures in the Rainforest Market are 20% off. After Lin Ling rested for a while, he immediately looked at the crowd and smiled. He was very polite. In business, harmony was the most important thing. Lin Ling naturally knew this. Let's go to your market to take a look. The surrounding cultivators did not expect Lin Ling to be so amiable. After all, he had defeated 3 generations. Lin Ling should be very arrogant, so they immediately smiled and replied. Come, everything is 20% off. Gong Yongjiang took the opportunity to promote and led the crowd into the market. Looking at the excited crowd, the Shen Yuanguer and the others laughed. They looked at Lin Ling. As expected of their shopkeeper, no matter what kind of storm or wave, with him around, they could cross it. Even Ancestor Dragon Granny was secretly admiring him. Lin Ling, come here. However, at this time, the Red Jade Tiger let out a laugh, causing Lin Ling to quickly walk over. If not for this marshal helping him today, even if he, Lin Ling, won, it would have been a lot of twists and turns. When he arrived in front of the Red Jade Tiger, Lin Ling immediately bowed. Haha, you're really a guy who won't act until he sees a rabbit. The last time you saw me, you had a lazy attitude. Now, you're acting like a shadow. As expected, if I don't help you once, you won't treat me as one of your own. Seeing this, Qi Yuhu scolded with a smile. Hee, Your Excellency has spoken too much. Moreover, if Your Excellency does not help me, then you are not my Excellency. Lin Ling said with a fake smile. Red Jade Tiger immediately rolled his eyes. As expected, Lin Ling was only willing to call him Lord when there were benefits. This is Lord 8th. Then, Qi Yuhu introduced the middle-aged man beside him. Lin Ling had been paying attention to this person for a long time. At this moment, he immediately bowed. He was sure that this middle-aged man's lifespan was even longer than Li Xiaoyao's. He was an ancient character. No need to be so courteous. Lin Ling, you're very good. I didn't come here in vain today. Lord 8th was very polite to Lin Ling, without the slightest bit of arrogance. Of course, Lin Ling knew that this was a relationship brought about by his strength. Without strength, such an expert wouldn't even look at him. You just entered the Resplendent Academy, but you already have the strength of a 3rd generation. TSK, with this speed, you're the first in the 6 barracks. I have high hopes for you. Lord 8th continued, as long as the Academy recognizes you as a 3rd generation, you can also enter the 2nd Ring City. The world there is even more exciting, and it's very suitable for a shocking monstrous genius like you. Thank you for the praise, Your Excellency. Lin Ling said perfunctorily. In fact, he wasn't just a 3rd generation. He was also one of the top 3 experts of the 3rd generation. Of course, he wasn't someone who liked to take credit, so he was too lazy to say it out loud. By the way, in a year's time, I hope you can participate in the battle on the drill ground of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. Lord 8th smiled again and said, Your current strength is not bad, but don't be complacent. There will always be someone better than you. This subordinate understands. Lin Ling naturally understood this point. Not to mention other things. Just my commandery and Grand Court commandery were eyeing covetously. Lin Ling had no choice but to be careful of those assassins. As for the battle on the drill ground of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, he wasn't very interested. However, Red Jade Tiger had helped him, so he would definitely agree on the surface. The autumn wind is bleak, and the flood is surging. The journey of the sun and the moon, if you can come out. All right, goodbye. Lord Eighth smiled boldly and didn't say much. He left with Red Jade Tiger, and the latter secretly transmitted a message to Lin Ling that Lord Eighth approved of Lin Ling receiving the Marshal's seal. This made Lin Ling realize that Lord Eighth had come here today to investigate him. However, Lin Ling wasn't very interested in the Marshal's seal. After that, Lin Ling returned to his market square. The market square was packed with customers. When those cultivators saw Lin Ling, they all greeted him politely and asked Lin Ling to refine Heaven Stage God Cleansing Pills. Lin Ling, I've already recorded all the customers who need to refine Heaven Stage God Cleansing Pills. They will provide the materials and pay more than half of the divine crystals. Gong Yongjiang said excitedly. Moreover, we've set up a membership system. Cultivators who often come to the market square to buy treasures will receive a 20% discount and have the priority to refine God Cleansing Pills. You're not good at martial arts, but you're very interested in doing this. Hearing this, Lin Ling couldn't help but smile. It was very suitable for Gong Yongjiang to manage the market square. Next, Gong Yongjiang called Lin Ling and the others over to another secret room. Then, they divided the gains from Red Market Square. At this moment, Falling Flowers, Flowing Water, and the others were undoubtedly excited. These gains were extremely valuable. Lin Ling, as the leader, received 1,000,000 divine crystals. These were the profits of this period. Although it wasn't much, if the business was better in the future, then it would provide Lin Ling with an endless supply of cultivation resources. At night, the market square gradually quieted down. Lin Ling was teaching Xianxia, or how to refine Heaven Stage God Cleansing Pills. Moreover, he had the God Cleansing Pills that he had previously refined for the latter to consume. After all, only when Xianxuan's talent reached the level of an awakened divine body could he refine Heaven Stage divine pills. Seeing that Xianxuan was refining the divine pills, Lin Ling also left. He had obtained a wisp of spiritual fox flame, which was enough for his fire attribute talent to increase again. As for his divine devil body, it had yet to reach the level of an awakened divine body. It was still a Shen body. However, after entering the academy, there should be a way to increase it. Following this, he used all the treasures he obtained from this adventure as well as the divine crystals he obtained from the market square to increase his cultivation. Moreover, during this time, he also stayed in the market square to guide everyone's cultivation. Half a year quietly passed. Lin Ling naturally reached the 5th level of the World King realm. As for his second dantian, it didn't increase by much. But, according to his evaluation, amongst the third-generation martial artists, there were very few that could match him. And on this day, Lin Ling called out to everyone and headed towards Radiant Academy. Lin Ling could already become a third-generation martial artist. He only needed to obtain the approval of the academy. As for Xianxuan and the others, they could become the last-generation martial artist. The group of people happily arrived at Radiant Academy. Ancestor Dragon Granny was already waiting there, smiling as she looked at these juniors. It had to be said that as she saw these juniors crazily grow, she felt a deep sense of accomplishment. In particular, after seeing Lin Ling, her pupils shrank. This freak had made another breakthrough. Could it be that his cultivation didn't have any bottlenecks? Seeing this, Lin Ling wryly smiled and shook his head. He asked, Senior Dragon, have you and the others returned? Chapter 2457. Dandelion Hall, Sword Dao Department. They haven't returned yet, but I heard that they'll definitely return for the Great Azure Divine Dynasty's drill ground battle. They're monstrous geniuses just like you. Of course, they didn't spend as much time as you did. Ancestor Longpa explained. She suddenly realized that everyone who followed Lin Ling cultivated very quickly. Could this be what they meant by, when a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs follow him to heaven? Then, Ancestor Longpa led Lin Ling and the others into the resplendent academy. At this moment, everyone was excited. Even Lin Ling was looking forward to it. The Resplendent Academy was one of the 3 pillars of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. Throughout history, these 3 academies had given birth to countless experts. They were the pillars of the martial god world. And now, among so many geniuses in the myriad of worlds, they were qualified to enter this place. After entering the academy, everyone realized that this place was extremely grand. There were mountains and seas, so vast that they couldn't see the end of it. Among the layers of buildings, there was an aura that could crush one's soul. This was the Resplendent Academy. Stepping on the seemingly endless stairs, an indescribable feeling floated in their hearts. It was as if they had arrived at the core of the universe. This is the Resplendent Academy. After a long time, Ancestor Longpa stopped and smiled. Lin Ling and the others looked up and saw a bright light in the sky. It was extremely dazzling, but what was surprising was that the light was only dazzling but not blinding. Moreover, the light was even more dazzling than the sun. It couldn't be seen from afar and could only be seen in the academy. This showed that the light was extraordinary. The first ray of light in the universe. Lin Ling was shocked and muttered to himself. Hearing this, Xianxia and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. The first ray of light? This was the ancestor of light. Hee, I didn't expect the Resplendent Academy to have the first ray of light. It's really extraordinary. It seems like the name Resplendent Academy came from this light. Inside Lin Ling's body, Queen Qianji was also surprised because this was her first time coming to this ancient academy. Be careful. This place isn't simple. Don't expose yourself. However, Lin Ling immediately said solemnly. He sensed that many gazes in this magnificent academy were looking over. The owner of those eyes must be stronger than Li Xiaoyao, so he had to be cautious. Hearing that, Qianji quickly entered her cultivation state. She did not dare to release her aura anymore. Fortunately, they were far away, so those experts did not notice anything. Lin Ling, you're quite knowledgeable. The ancestor dragon granny looked at Lin Ling and said in shock, causing Lin Ling to smile and not say anything. Greetings, Master. At this moment, a woman wearing a red robe and carrying a long sword quickly walked over from afar and bowed slightly to Ancestor Dragon Granny. My disciple, Nine Void Cicada, the 2nd generation of Resplendent Academy. Ancestor Dragon Granny introduced. In Resplendent Academy, those exceptional talents who had aged had the qualifications to become masters and recruit disciples they admired. Greetings, 9th Senior Sister. Xianxia and the others immediately bowed. Lin Ling also did the same. Moreover, he was surprised because he sensed that 9 Void Cicada had dual talents like him. One was ice and the other was wind. Her wind talent was a type of divine cicada that had reached the 3rd grade awakened divine body. As for her cultivation, she had reached the peak of the World King realm. Very strong, worthy of being a 2nd generation. Ancestor Dragon Granny also introduced 9 Void Cicada's strength, causing Xianxia and the others to be filled with awe. To them, the peak of the World King realm was in existence as far away as the horizon. Everyone, there is no need to be too afraid of me. Among the 2nd generation, I'm just a beginner. 9 Void Cicada smiled and said, just a beginner and you're already so strong. What if you're ranked in the upper middle of the 2nd generation? Falling Flowers Flowing Water felt a great pressure and lost some of his confidence for a moment. Rice must be eaten one bite at a time and the road must be walked one step at a time. No one can soar to the heavens in a single leap. As long as your goal remains the same, there will be a day when you reach it. When you look back, you will discover that the process is also very important. Lin Ling smiled, causing the pressure on Falling Flowers Flowing Water and the others to lessen. Yes, the road had to be walked one step at a time. Right now, they were biting off more than they could chew. This must be Lin Ling sure enough. Hearing about him is not as good as meeting him in person. Hearing these words, 9 Void Cicada immediately looked at Lin Ling. It was obvious that Ancestor Dragon Granny had introduced Lin Ling to her. Now that she saw him today, she immediately felt that Lin Ling was extraordinary. After all, Lin Ling was too calm when he saw her, but others wouldn't be like this. Moreover, Falling Flowers Flowing Water and the others' confidence had been shaken. But with just a few words from Lin Ling, they had regained their confidence. This proved that Lin Ling held a great weight in their hearts. Thank you for the compliment, senior sister. I was just lucky. Lin Ling also said humbly. His words made Nine Void Cicada feel that Lin Ling was easy to talk to. Ancestor Dragon Granny looked at the two of them with a smile, then said, Now, I'll take Xianxia and the others to take the assessment of the last generation. Lin Ling, you go to the third generation. You're now a third generation, and you don't need to take the assessment. Take this jade token. It's the jade token that was finally given to you after a discussion by the seniors of the academy a month ago. Master, you can do that. Nine Void Cicada's expression changed slightly. She didn't know about Lin Ling's battle in the market, but she still nodded and bowed. She would take Lin Ling to the third generation. Lin Ling took the jade token from Ancestor Dragon Granny and didn't care much about it. He casually stuffed it into his clothes. Then, everyone said goodbye, and Lin Ling followed Nine Void Cicada. After becoming a third generation, you can walk freely in the academy and enter the second ring city. The academy will also give you divine crystals every month. Now, junior brother Lin, what department do you want to enter? The academy has many martial departments, such as the sword principal department, the training department, the wind department, the thunder department, and so on. I want to go to the sword principal department first. All right, follow me. With Lin Ling's current strength, he was sure that no one in the third generation could defeat him. However, he would also use this opportunity to build a stronger foundation. The two of them crossed the mountains and soon arrived at the Dandelion Hall of the Sword Principal Department. In front of the magnificent hall, there were many people gathered in twos and threes. They were all people with extraordinary auras. Who's that? Senior Sister Nine Void Cicada. Is that your junior brother? He looks very young. He should have just been promoted to the third generation. But look, his clothes are still from the last generation, and he doesn't have a jade token. Lin Ling followed Nine Void Cicada and was a little different, so he attracted many people's attention. In Radiant Academy, different generations of disciples wore different clothes. From this, one could see that Lin Ling wasn't from the third generation. In fact, if it weren't for Ancestor Dragon Granny's reminder, Nine Void Cicada would also have thought that Lin Ling was from the last generation. There's no need to pay attention to them. Nine Void Cicada immediately said, causing Lin Ling to nod. He discovered that the youths here weren't weak at all. The worst of them were at the 7th level of the World King realm, and many of them were even stronger than the 36 World Kings. Of course, no matter how strong they were still only third generation. Chapter 2458. A single move shook the third generation. A short moment later, Nine Void Cicada stopped and said apologetically, because today is the Dao-seeking day for the third generation. We second generation can't enter, so we can only bring you here. Thank you. Ninth Senior Sister. Lin Ling bowed and said. He stared at the mysterious and ancient hall in front of him with a curious look in his eyes. Nine Void Cicada waved her hand and turned around to leave. However, she hesitated for a moment before she turned around and said, If these people want to harm you, then endure it for now. Tell me later who's trying to make things difficult for you, and I'll get even with them. She seemed to be speaking to Lin Ling, but she was actually speaking to the third-generation disciples in the surroundings. She was clearly threatening them. Sure enough, the expressions of the third-generation disciples in the surroundings changed slightly, and they envied Lin Ling for having the support of a second-generation disciple. All right. Lin Ling watched as Nine Void Cicada left, and then he sat down cross-legged. Actually, he didn't really care about the third-generation disciples in the surroundings. He's really lucky. He's just entered the academy, yet he immediately has the support of a senior. I presume his background isn't weak. Humph. What kind of ability is it to rely on external forces on the path of cultivation? The last generation joining the circle of the third-generation disciples is an insult to our style of cultivation. Since he's so formidable, why don't you try and humiliate him? Many people in the surroundings of the hall discussed animatedly. Some leaned against trees, some sat cross-legged, and some chatted in groups of 3 or 5. In their opinion, it was unavoidable for a newcomer to join the circle of geniuses. Actually, when they'd just become the third-generation disciples in the past, they'd been bullied by the seniors. Because of that, they would definitely play tricks on a newcomer. Perhaps it was to get revenge for the humiliation they'd suffered in the past. Kid, what's your name? Sure enough, A young man with a robust figure and long hair looked at Xianxia. He seemed to be very polite, but his tone was filled with arrogance. It was as if he was the senior brother and Lin Ling was the junior brother. Lin Ling. Lin Ling sat cross-legged and cultivated, and he replied indifferently when he heard that. Oh, then let me ask you, how did you get here? Could it be that you participated in the test of the third-generation disciples? The young man asked again. The others instantly revealed expressions of interest. After all, it was a rare thing for the last-generation disciple to explain. It's none of your business. However, Lin Ling did not answer. Such an answer undoubtedly caused the outside of the hall to fall silent. No one thought that Lin Ling would be so arrogant to actually answer their questions in such a way. Kid, the waters of the Resplendent Academy are very deep. You might have some background, but there are many more people here who have bigger backgrounds than you. It's better to be humble. The burly youth frowned. Thank you for the reminder. If there's nothing else, please don't talk to me. Let's just do our own things. Lin Ling looked over with a calm expression. He was naturally able to discern that the third-generation descendants in the surroundings felt disdain towards him. However, he didn't intend to cause any trouble because it was rather boring. However, even if he didn't want to cause trouble, it didn't mean that others would let him go. After all, no matter where he was, the weak had the least dignity. In everyone's opinion, if they asked Lin Ling questions, then Lin Ling should respectfully answer, and not have such a lazy attitude. Therefore, the voices of dissatisfaction grew more and more. Sigh. Isn't it better to just mind our own business? Why bother meddling in other people's business? To put it bluntly, none of you here is a match for me. I only need one move to defeat you. That saying, the waters are very deep, is actually very practical to use on you guys. The chaotic voices undoubtedly made Lin Ling sigh softly. He didn't want to cause trouble, so he was a little more forceful. After all, he couldn't possibly lower his voice to those who were weaker than him, right? One move? Don't think that you can be so arrogant just because you have ninth senior sister support. That youth was completely enraged. The other third-generation descendants' pupils also constricted. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. Where did this junior come from? How can he be so arrogant? When I was training in the myriad worlds, he wasn't even weaned yet. Humph. Have you participated in the third-generation battle? Have you participated in the last-generation battle? I don't think he has. I don't know where his confidence comes from. Humph. I asked Shen Tian before, and he said that in the past few hundred years, there was no information about that youth in the last generation. It seems that he is a newcomer among newcomers. He can't even be considered a true last generation. Sigh. There were more and more voices in the surroundings. Sigh. Sigh. Lin Ling sighed again and stood up. He said to the youth from before, I'm sorry. In order to keep things quiet, I'll make a move. You have to be careful from now on. Sigh. As soon as he said that, the voices from before immediately disappeared. What? The last generation is going to make a move, and he even said hello to the burly youth before making a move? What is he playing at? Even the burly youth thought that Lin Ling was crazy. After all, if he really wanted to make a move, shouldn't he, a third-generation descendant, be the one to make the first move? However, reality proved that Lin Ling was a man of his words. Bang! Lin Ling took a step forward and pounced on the burly youth. No matter what kind of genius you are among the third-generation descendants, it's useless against me. Sigh. His fist struck out cleanly, and it even had flames erupting from it. The space-time fire roared. The awakened divine physique appeared at the same time. Divine light protection. The youth still wanted to be angry, but at this moment, his pupils constricted. In the Resplendent Academy, not every third-generation descendant had awakened a divine body, but all the second-generation descendants had awakened a divine body. This meant that Lin Ling had the potential to become a second-generation descendant. Of course, it was only potential. Scarlet flower dazzling palm. Bang! The youth immediately erupted with all his strength. His talent and world essence fused, turning into a surging palm that collided with Lin Ling's. Unfortunately, it was useless. Bang! When the fists collided, it was as though two powerful worlds were colliding. In the next moment, the young man's body flew backwards and smashed into the wall of the large hole in the distance. If Lin Ling had not held back, the wall would have been shattered. Then, a figure slid down the wall and fell to the ground unconscious. Seeing this, the hall fell into a deathly silence. Defeating a third-generation descendant with one punch? Now, can you be quiet? Quiet. Lin Ling slowly walked back. Everywhere he passed, there was silence. In the world of martial arts, strength was the best proof. Lin Ling already knew this, so in the face of all sorts of dissatisfied voices, simple and crude methods were the best. Seeing Lin Ling sit down cross-legged once more, the eyes of those around him flashed. They didn't think that Lin Ling would be so strong. It's him, Lin Ling. He defeated the newcomer of the 36 World Kings not too long ago. That battle has caused an uproar in the last generation. Yes. Finally, someone seemed to recall something. He defeated the 36 World Kings? How is that possible? Did he do something to it? Yes. I don't know, but I'm sure he won. Most importantly, he passed the assessment not too long ago. Oh. So that's how it is. No wonder he's so arrogant. He isn't some newcomer. Yes. The surrounding third-generation descendants began to whisper, their moods becoming even worse. They had experienced countless tribulations before finally becoming third-generation descendants, standing above tens of thousands of people. But now, Lin Ling had caught up to them in the blink of an eye. This left them envious.